Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paddling Pool, the one after 366. I'm Sigdakari. Joining me on the mic is Frostix, and for our round one set, we've got Vehemence versus Lowink Buddy. Frostix, how are we feeling today?
Oh, well, a lot has happened. Global Gauntlet's happened. LCS has happened. These maps have disappeared off of the face of the screen, but we are already diving straight into Rainmaker, Barnacle, and Dime. Okay. Rainmaker, Barnacle, and Dime.
That's a choice. Yeah, that's one of the maps that you definitely could have selected.
Out of all the map in Pool, this is certainly one of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I see a full QR Carbon on the side of Lowink Buddy, along with a dually, ton of paint and a vac for Lowink Buddy here. But Vehemence do have a couple of options to deal with the double backline. A lot of range, a lot of paint. It's not going to matter as the 96 is already, or as the dually is able to find one and get behind the pen. But I think Vehemence is already trying to run the Rainmaker, and they're getting it down to almost to the checkpoint as well. The big move able to find two with the jump in, and Lowink Buddy have a pretty good chance to run this all the way back.
Right now, it's just Risu, aka Slim Shady, deep into Lowink Buddy's front line. They are able to get rid of the 96, activating a flow state. Big Noob is almost out of their crab tank as we're seeing the Decavitator close in, but that decav is going down. Riding and Sfeel are the sole members of Vehemence trying to lock down mid at the moment. Big Noob's trying to go in, they get spotted by the Wavebreaker, and Objective's trying to make their move as well, trying to chase down Risu. Risu's going down. We're now seeing the Pencil trying to get some paint down as well, but the decav has closed in, they get sniped down. I think Vehemence is just slowly but surely finding their way in, but this Rainmaker resets might impede them just a little bit further.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a ton of control of the top left, especially around Plat with the decav there and Riding just painting everywhere. But at the same time, with the Trizuka coming out and having that ink vac and popping it, they're going to have to give a lot of space here. Objective already looking to find a pick onto Rusu. Doesn't quite find it, but the vac shot does clear out a good bit of space. Riding has to just scramble to move out. Risu does find a pick onto Daniel on that left-hand side, and that gives Vehemence another chance to kind of break this checkpoint. And they're going to get it, because nobody is in the right zip code to contest for Lowink Buddy here.
Absolutely no one from Lowink Buddy is able to contest it. Sfeel has now picked up the Rainmaker and is making their way down the walkway. They are assisted by Rioting, but right now they have to face a Charging Carbon coupled with a vac. Already Rioting's going down. Sfeel is in the middle of two important specials, the vac shot as well as just the closing members of Lowink Buddy that will clear and end the push. Right now, I think Lowink Buddy just needs to claim a lot more space because Vehemence just has had mid for like half of this game, and already they're doing that, already getting rid of the Decavitator, just trying to take space slowly but surely.
Yeah, so far so good for the side of Lowink Buddy. Objective has a Trizuka. It's not going to find anything, but does clear Sfeel out from that top right, so pretty solid use of the Trizuka there. The vac shot going to clear out the back of the pits, but Risu and Sfeel are already in pretty solid defensive positions, while Riding actually finds two on the right-hand side and gives the rest of Vehemence a chance to get all the way in. Two players down. It's just Big Noob left, actually, and Lowink Buddy, they still have not walked very far past mid here. This is game for us, Sticks.
Yeah, they have not touched that checkpoint at all, and already the Rainmaker has been plopped onto the upper platform. Riding, and I think that's Risu, are now on the offensive here. Risu is not down. Riding will claim a pick. Risu is trying to get in a pop war with Big Noob. Big Noob has also popped the ink line, trying to go for a flank, but Slim Shady has noticed it. They go down in a trade. It's still a pop-off right now. Daniel has the vac ready to go. They need to pop that or get rid of the Rainmaker, and they do get rid of the Rainmaker, but right now it's just deadly close to that final pedestal, Sig.
Yeah, and with the amount of range that Vehemence have, they can actually take a few of these angles that are on the longer sight lines without too much fear from Lowink Buddy. They're able to even run the Rainmaker down to 21 points. Not a massive from there, but still, like, they're able to hold a ton of space. It looks like Inca-Cola finds two with the melee onto the decav before getting shut down by Soul. And I think Reese is going for another fight in the pit, just trying to stall as much as possible for Lowink Buddy, get the rest of Vehemence back in mid to set up that control of them that they've had almost this entire game. As, again, it looks like Inca-Cola is able to find, this time the ink vac shuts down.
Yeah, it's very key with like a decapitator to get shutdowns on Vac. Like swords are kind of one of the only weapon classes that are able to shut down Vac, which has now found itself as a very pivotal special within the meta. But now we're seeing Loic Buddy. This may just be their last hurrah as they're closing in on the first checkpoint. Already Rioting has gone down. You're seeing the decap pop their bubble. A Vac has been popped here. Rioting is still down. The Carbon has also gone down, but the decap is closing in. We're seeing the Rainmaker get to the first checkpoint. That pencil is going down. There's 2 members down on Loic Buddy. It's only Objective as well as Big Noob trying to at least stabilize in mid. 20 seconds are left on the clock. Big Noob has popped a crab from behind, but it's taking some heavy fire from the whale, from suction bombs. The Rainmaker has been popped by Vehemence. Someone from Loic Buddy needs to pick up that Rainmaker if they want to get overtime started. We're seeing Azuka being popped by the Carbon. Daniel's trying to outmaneuver Spiel, who's dropping now. Time is running out. Someone needs to pick this up or overtime won't start, Sig. And there it is. Overtime is starting, but it immediately gets intercepted by that decapitator.
Yeah, and that's what you touched on earlier, just where Decav can really shine in this meta, and shutting down Inkvac, kind of taking those scrappy fights where other weapons really can't. And, I mean, that's going to give Vehemence a very early shutdown in overtime and the Game 1 win here.
Already a lot of solid momentum going in, especially on an unorthodox, or not an unorthodox, but a sight for sore eyes Rainmaker Barnacle, you know?
This mode is one of the modes ever. It's as much discredit as we give it. It's still, you know, relatively interesting, and at least a sensible map compared to, say, some of the maps in other leagues that we might play, like Rainmaker on, say, I don't know, Urchin. But it's still like one of the interesting maps. It has a few kind of weird things. You can kind of get staggered relatively easily in your spawn. The Rainmaker walks forward and just kind of gets to score about 40 points for free, like Vehemence did here. But at the same time, you know, you keep control of mid, like in any other Barnacle mode, and you kind of just win the game off it.
Yeah, I think just like the aspect of being locked out of your own spawn feels more so an attribute to Barnacle and Dime, and not just like specifically on Rainmaker. You see lockout strats being used in zones. You see lockout strats being used in clams, which are like the 2 more commonly seen Barnacle and Dime modes. And speaking of clams, we have Clam Blitz on Crableg, and I think Crableg clams is a little bit more common to see. Well, Crableg is maybe a more rarer map, but Crableg, like clams, I think is played a lot on Crableg within tournaments.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the slightly more common maps for Clam Blitz. It's not quite on the level of, say, Barnacle and Dime, Umami Ruins, Scorched Gorge, but it's in that almost second tier with maps like Inkblot and I'd even say Mako Mart, where, you know, you're kind of just playing it sometimes. Most people won't really like bat an eye if it's in a map list at all. But it is one of those maps that really favors a longer range comp like the one that Vehemence has with the Heavy and the Pen, especially if you can just really take advantage of those grates and of some of the off angles and just strafe speed that your weapon provides. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that, especially since we're just running back the same comp on Vehemence. Very strong one, really enables the fighting. Running back the same one for Loic Buddies as well, but I'm curious to see if they can use that Vac to kind of get in a little bit more, especially on that very small, on those very small routes to just start scoring clams.
Once again, a lot is kind of banking on that Decapitator on Vehemence to ensure that they can shut down the Vac whenever it pops up. And honestly, when it comes down to Daniel's end on Loic Buddy, you need to be in the right place at the right time and coordinate your team once you get a push going on already. Some specials are online. We're seeing the Vac pop out. The Soda has been brought out as well, but Decap is taking the high ground. They are noticed by Big Noob. They're dropping in, getting the pick onto Daniel, potentially Objective as well. And now they're going for 2. Can they go for 3? They're being assisted by Risu. There's the 3rd pick activating their flow state. And Vehemence, I was going to say had 3 specials earlier, but the decap has gone down. But Risu is still charging in. They do get the pick onto Objective. Big Noob is trying to hunt them down, and they're surviving on the grates. They're able to take down Big Noob as well. Daniel is trying to fire off, trying to ward off any members of Vehemence from entering. But the decap, unfortunately, going down. Daniel's going down. Rioting, trying to get onto the high ground, but they're noticed by Objective. They're dropping down. I think they still have a lot of solid forward space, though, Sig.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've maintained full control mid, a lot of pressure on these ramps and on the block on the left. And then we just have Risu absolutely farming, kind of doing whatever a 52 gal wants on the other side of the map without the rest of the team. Now, objective, I think that is Sanu, who's able to get a pick and is still pressuring some jumps in, but Riding is able to jump to Spiel, or to Muffin, and is able to start the scoring for Vehemence here. The wall and the big bubbler are both popped for an additional like bit of protection. And while the Vac does find one, it still doesn't really stop the hold that well. The rest of the team does walk forward though and force Rioting out, finds the pick onto Risu. And I mean, now Lowing Buddy, they have a little bit of a foothold in mid going.
They need to hold that foothold, especially with getting rid of Inca Kola right then and there. That's a very solid start. You want to also get rid of Risu, like we're seeing Objective doing right now. Now, all that's mattering is just if you can keep that space, and already Inca Kola has jumped in. A power climb has been built, but Objective's trying to go for them. Sana's going to be able to take them out. The decaf is trying to recover that space that has been taken. They are starting to pick off these members of Loic Buddy that were trying to at least, I think, go for a little bit of a sneak there, trying to maybe get that power climb jumped in. I'm not sure if they picked up the pity or not, but I think they did actually pick up the pity. So right now, a lot is kind of riding on Loic Buddy to just kind of stay alive here, because they don't want to lose that pity. They don't want to lose the space or the numbers. Risu's going in. They were able to get rid of Daniel. Big Noob has actually formed a power clam of their own. So I think if Loic Buddy can just get a little bit more space and get a little bit more of a numbers advantage on their hands, I think a push could be in order.
Well, that could be entirely possible, especially with the crab tank getting set up, but Inca Kola is able to find one on the left-hand side before getting traded. That gets Risu in through the middle and is able to find one. Is Big Noob might disconnect here.
Oh.
That's not good.
Yeah,
that's really not good.
Yeah. Oh, and there he goes.
Yep.
Big Noob has been eviscerated and is no longer on the map. That, I think we're past the point of replays, and unfortunately Loic Buddy is without their midline, without like their dually player. It's really unfortunate because I think like the crab would like provide a lot of value with pushes, and also the dually is good with like being adaptable, like in and out of fights.
Absolutely, and that also gives just an extra bit of depth to the offense with a Vac and with a Carbon. You kind of know exactly where the Carbon's going to be, and that's inside the Ink Vac, so Vehemence, they're really able to kind of punish that. Also able to find that pick on the Soul, and it looks like Daniel is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here, along with Sanu. Just kind of stuck on the plat where these two's just, you know, ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging around. And, I mean, Vehemence, they're still in full control of this game. Nothing has really changed from minute 1 to minute 4 so far, and they have a couple power clams to spare to try and score here.
Yeah, that's 2 power clams. I think almost like 3, I think, if Risu just picks up the rest of the stuff on the ground. But now with 2 members down and only objective left, that's a wipeout. And Riding will throw the second power clam, which will hit the baskets. At this point, I think they're looking for a third as Risu is starting to go on cleanup duty in their own spawn. That's a 3rd power clam hitting the basket. They just need to get a couple more clams, and this game is over. Very unfortunate for Big Noob to be eviscerated like that, but that is the set going to Vehemence.
Very strong work from Vehemence, really able to maintain complete control over the game. Kind of tough for Loic Buddies there with Big Noob disconnecting, especially right when they had their like first chance at a really good push with that crab tank and top mid, but I mean, there were still a ton of questions that they needed to answer, like how are they going to deal with Inca Kola on the decaf? How are they going to, you know, get all the way down to 44 points? And unfortunately, sometimes on this map, that's really difficult, especially against weapons that can just brazenly take space, like a decav and a 52 gal. But Vehemence do end up cleaning up the 2-0 with that space that they can kind of just take for fun. And yeah, they're moving on to, I believe, winners quarters.
Yes, they are moving on to winners quarters, winners bracket round 2 to face off against seed 4 Ben Klettert in den Rucksack. That's a wonderful name to say.
What a name.
I can't pronounce German.
What a name. That's Crowny's team.
That is Crowny, yeah.
Other people that I don't remember, but we'll be back with a set on the other side of the bracket, Uprising versus the winner of Daystar and Bad Luck, after this quick break.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the paddling pool after 366. For those just tuning into stream, I'm Frostix and I'm joined by the wonderful Sig Dakari, and we're now in winners bracket round 2, winners bracket quarterfinals, where we're witnessing Uprising and Daystar. You can already see the maps. I see Mincemeat, I'm dreading that, but until then we're gonna have to witness Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
We'll get to Mincemeat eventually. I didn't even notice that one, and we have a Bubble Hydra. I love this gun so much. It is criminally underrated. Maybe not on this mode, but especially on power control. Shout out Lidl for running that. And then we have some pretty interesting stuff to go along with it. Lucas being the only brush in top level nowadays. And is pretty good at it. Making it to SWS a while ago. And so far, Uprising are doing a pretty darn good job at keeping Daystar out of mid. Already walking up to the basket. Atlas is able to eventually find a couple of picks, but Este and Lidl are still alive in the back of mid. And Daystar, they have a good bit of control here.
I think that hammer will be thrown to immediately shut down Koji's crab. Atlas trying to pop a hammer in return, but they are getting shut down. Koji's going to be able to get rid of Lucas, who's then getting traded out by Este, who does have strikes and will pick up a kill as well. So now I think Uprising is starting to move in. They do get the pick onto Enamel. Atlas does pop a hammer, getting rid of Este. Is anyone from Uprising there to at least follow up on the score? They were trying to at least try and signal the counterflank onto Lucas. Unfortunately, no one from Uprising will be there to follow up, but I think Uprising still has a lot more space to work with, and they are 2 members down. Eamon has now dropped down a cooler, and I think they're just trying to throw the rest of the clams into Eamon's back pocket so that they can reopen the basket and get things going. We're already seeing Lucas trying to go in. Lidl's on the grates firing off. Este is trying to get some chip damage as well. Lucas, unfortunately, going down. I think they're just waiting for either more clams, less numbers, or just more people on their side because they're really comfortable. I think it's just the ticking time bomb waiting to explode, and there it goes.
Yep, there it is, and now Lidl has a few more clams to score, and the strikes are coming through from both sides, clearing out all of that space, but Atlas is the one to take it all. Now on the ramp, trying to clear a little bit more for Daystar, maybe break back into mid here. Koji is pretty low, though, and the rest of Daystar just has to back off a little bit more, waiting for Enamel to maybe find some chip damage, maybe get a splat onto Esta, but Esta is able to stay behind the cover. Lucas barely escapes with a sliver of HP left. Lidl does end up going down, and I mean, that's not going to... That does mean quite a lot, as I believe the bucket Este did end up dropping there too, and Uprising, they lose a little bit of control of mid here. Lucas on a shard, but Daystar, they finally got back in, and now they've got a pretty good chance to maybe turn things around.
Right now, they just have to get a lot of control into mid, though, because I think they spent a lot of time just hunting down for Lucas. Daystar does have some specials ready to go. I think I just saw a hammer being popped. The bucket on Daystar also have their strikes. There's 2 members down. They will be popping the strikes. They do have a power climb, but Lucas is hunting down Enamel, and that's no second power climb being popped just yet here, as Lucas as well as Lidl are now cornering the rest of Daystar, crushing this push and preventing any, I think, follow-up right now. So the lead will be stopped at 77, not breaking past Uprising 61. So right now, we're back into mid already. Este is going down. Lucas is trying to at least dive in and out of fights, spotting Koji. Right now, we're just going to see who will get more control first.
It's pretty solid stalemate so far, but Lucas does have that Ultra Stamp. 3 specials, though, on the side of Daystar. The crab is popped, immediately shredded by that hammer. Koji does end up finding that trade, though, in a scramble situation. The other Ultra Stamp from Atlas goes out, but Eamon's able to dodge that one with his Hax Cooler and finds that pick onto Atlas, looking for a second one, maybe onto the Slosher. No, not quite going to find it, but does pick up that Pity Clam, maybe for a jump into Este, who is already on the other side of the map with the strikes up. Koji does find the pick, but Lucas is there to trade again. Eamon just trying to stay alive, finds one more onto Atlas, and Dragib also goes down. It's just Enamel left, and Lidl's set up in top mid with a bunch of jumps for Uprising. They have taken full control back in this game.
Yeah, basically all of mid is blue, and Uprising score is now set at 55. Lidl does have a bubble ready to go, and no more specials online at the moment. We're seeing Este and Eamon trying to poke out onto Plat over there. Atlas is looking pretty low. Lidl's trying to take the vantage point. They're able to get rid of the bucket. There is 2 specials on Daystar, though, to make it 3. Strikes, Hammer, and Crab. Uprising is trying to move in. Enamel has gone down. I hear a hammer from both Atlas and Lucas, and they have both been thrown out. Lucas is able to get rid of Atlas, who's now getting taken out by Koji. It's back-to-back picks as mid is being scrambled. Mid is just trying to be taken by both sides by force. Este and Atlas go down in a trade. Lucas is able to shut down Koji's grab here, who is then being taken out by Enamel. I am not lying when I say this back-to-back action right now, Sig.
No, you're absolutely not. And Lidl does manage to back out very safely here with the rest of the team on Uprising trying to support. I think Lucas is in the middle of mid trying to find a couple of picks, maybe shut down this this power clam, and is able to find one. There's a second on the Dragabe. It's just Atlas left who is able to eventually find Lucas in that scrum, but isn't able to find anything else. They don't have a power clam as it just broke. And Uprising, they take a game one that ended up in a couple of scrambles there that looked a little bit dicey towards the end.
You're scrambling like eggs and unfortunately get folded like an omelet as Uprising will take that first game here. I think they are, like, we did see a lot of solid, like, either resistance and some occasional pushback coming from Daystar here, but I think they just, it felt like they got overwhelmed here. Between Este, Eamon, and Lucas, they had to just find a way to keep tabs on so many different things, and when you have, like, these players like Este, like Lucas, like Eamon, they're just so fluid, able to just go in and out of control points, out of, like, contested, out of angles, and out of, like, locations, and then here, you see the flank from Eamon, the jump in, and then Eamon just stays alive for so long as well. I think that they spent so long trying to get rid of Eamon, and then that time, if they have gotten rid of Eamon sooner, they probably would have gotten into mid sooner and probably had more space and maybe more numbers into this really long end game skirmish that we saw towards the end of the game.
Yeah, Daystar not quite able to clear much out. Like you said, it's pretty difficult, and especially into the Hydra Splatling. Love that gun, and it absolutely shuts down any kind of just walking forward that a player like Atlas wants to do on the Viper there. Very, very strong at that. But we dread it. We run from it. Mincemeat Metalworks arrives all the same, and we're going to Rainmaker for game 2 here for us 6.
Rainmaker Mincemeat? I mean, I think I've only seen Mincemeat being played on, like, Zones 1, and Rainmaker is the 2nd. And
yeah,
that walkway up to basically the default route for Mincemeat is that you go onto the right side, but then it's kind of like a barnacle and dime situation in which it's going to be really hard, and you kind of have to commit like so much resources if you want to get that knockout.
Yeah, it's very tough to kind of get past that area after the first ramp, after the checkpoint. You know, when you have to make that 90-degree turn and completely change where you're going. Lidl has switched over actually to the heavy edit Splatling, a little bit more mobility. That Tacticaler opens up Eamon to play that vanilla 96 gal. Already though, I think the pop went in favor of Daystar, and already S is looking for a trade. Lucas ends up going down here. It's 2v3 in favor of Daystar. This is looking much better than the opening did in the previous game where Uprising, they went up 4-1.
Right now, Daystar is looking for their entryway in. Atlas is charging in. They are able to get rid of Eamon before being traded out by the Bucket Este, who's then traded out by Enamel, as Koji will pick up the Rainmaker. The Bucket on Daystar is trying to claim some more space as Koji will get the first break. That's a lot more momentum going in Daystar's hands, and Atlas will continue to pop with their hammer. The throw will chip down Eamon, but unfortunately no one left from Daystar's left. I think Koji is the last one left, and they're already being suctioned off by Eamon's vac here. Some strikes are being deployed by the Bucket. Daystar is now trying to just stabilize in mid. They are able to get the pick onto Este, who I think they do cancel out the strikes. With Uprising, they need to find their way in, probably get some picks, probably get some space, and that stray bomb onto Enamel isn't looking so good so far.
No, it's not. It's not looking all that great for Uprising trying to get back into mid here, but Lidl does find a good bit of damage onto Dragabe. The hammer coming out, going to hit the other side of the truck, actually. And now Daystar, they have a little bit of a tougher spot to kind of take control or maintain control of mid. The strikes do come out, but Eamon's vac shot does too, clearing that corner fairly effectively for the time being. And now with everybody back up on the side of Daystar, what does Uprising do to combat this crab tank other than like strike and just hope they shred?
Well, the strikes did come out, but no shred. I think the shredder in question's name is Lucas. They do unfortunately get traded out by Atlas, who is now on a flank of their own. And what is Atlas up to? I think they were trying to get some paint over at the checkpoint, but they get spotted out by Lidl, which now means there's going to be a lot more space and a lot more people. There's a lot less people for Daystar to deal with, as they are now getting to that first checkpoint here already. Este's gone down, and Enamel and Atlas are trying to poke out here. Atlas trying to get the jump, but they won't get the pick here. Dragib's trying to take the high ground. Enamel's trying to do something, but we're also seeing the vac coming out from Eamon, which will allow Este to get to 4 points. They're just right next to that pedestal, and the bubble's been popped already. Someone was trying to go for the knockout, but they get shut down. The score is set at 1 right now, Sig. Daystar practically needs to get the knockout if they want to take this game.
Yeah, it's not looking very easy for them. They do have a couple of specials to possibly work with, but immediately they need to deal with Este and Lucas. They find both, and now Eamon and Lido are on the right-hand side, and Amel is just walking forwards, trying to move with the strikes. Koji has the crab tank on that snipe as well, and this is where a lot of the money has to be made for Daystar here. 2 minutes left, but this is one of their best opportunities that they've had. The vacuum ends up going down, so does Eston. It's just Lidl, Lucas left on the flank. The hammer does come through and find that pick. Atlas is left all by their lonesome, and now Uprising, they've taken that lead back. They've had a pretty solid defense. As long as they can hold that 90-degree corner, on the high ground, they're in really good condition to kind of take this for the next minute and a half and close out the set.
They're looking pretty eager, though, to try and get some action going. We're seeing Este trying to take the fight to Dragib, which they will get the trade thanks to Lidl's cover fire. And already they're popping that Rainmaker once again. Atlas does have a hammer. They have shut down Lucas. Este will pop out the strikes to probably take some more space. Eamon has a vac ready to go. That's probably good for shutting down Koji's crab, which is kind of just waiting to be deployed. But Eamon's vac has been cancelled. I think the crab from Koji has already been popped. There's some coolers that have been deployed by Enamel. Uprising is taking a little bit of dents in their composure, but I think they're still standing strong here between Este as well as Lucas, as well as Lidl just holding down the line. Eamon has now returned to the field. Lucas has been shut down by Enamel. Right now, I think it's only Lidl. They're trying to back up and just rally the rest of Uprising, as Daystar are looking to have a little bit more space, I think, as they're entering, I think, one of their last pushes.
Yep, the strikes are coming out, though. Clears out Este. Lucas actually isolated and found by both Dragib and Atlas, and Namel's able to pick up that Rainmaker, toss down the Tacticooler. Koji has a crab tank as well, and already Daystar have cleared out this corner, cleared out a lot of the space, but Dragib ends up going down. The vacuum is able to find Atlas as well. Este is just chasing down, and Namel finds that pick, and it's just Koji left on this duel. The jumps are coming in, but you have to shred, you have to pick up this rain and hope for the best, hope that Uprising doesn't immediately take back that space that you had to give by popping the rain. Atlas, though, is already clearing it. You need that KO, and so far, Uprising are not, stopping. They're not relenting in this defense. They're not giving any space to Daystar, whether that's the spam. They have the strikes ready as well, and they're close to that ink back. It just doesn't quite look possible here. Half of the timer has already elapsed for Koji, and Este's diving in with those strikes going down. Este on the off angle. The vac shot actually finds the pick, and Uprising, they clean up the 2-0, and they're moving on to winner semis.
I think I will say Daystar was holding so strongly within that overtime here. They always had to ensure that the pressure was on the forward, but they had to ensure that Lucas was always in check on the back. I think Koji was very good in noticing whenever Lucas was on the flank here, and then between Koji and Atlas and Dragib, they're just able to just try and lay a little bit more pressure with Wiper and the bucket's AoE, and then just you have Enamel just trying to hold things down as well. Same thing with Koji, and then but when you have the threats from all angles, you have the strikes coming out from Este, when you have the vac coming out from Eamon, when you have Lucas right behind you, it's you're kind of in a losing, you're in a sandwich of doom and despair right then and there.
Yeah, it's not a fun spot to be in when you have the brush flanking, you have other players just holding that space, just spamming out either Splatling Paint or the Slosher AoE. Very difficult to deal with. And then you have the 96 cal just charging the ink vac, enabling half of the team to just walk forwards without a care in the world. That's exactly what happened here right after the tri-strikes. Koji was not in a good position here just generally because of those specials, and Uprising were able to clean up fairly effectively after that.
Yep, they clean that overtime fair and square and have punched their tickets to winners bracket semis where they go up against seed number 2, the longest pickup name I've ever seen. Laissez
Oh
lever la
no.
pâte pendant 2 heures à température ambiante. It translates to rest the dough for let the dough rise for 2 hours at room temperature. Thanks, Argo Phoenix, Homangus, and Fling King for telling us how to make bread.
I appreciate it. You know, I'm not much of a baker myself, but learning is very important. But we're not going to that set. We'll be going to, I believe, the winner of Epitaph and Zero, and the winner of Vehemence and Ben Klittert in den Rucksack after this quick
Yeah.
break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 300 Funny Heat Ran GIF. I'm Signakari. Joining me on the mic for Winter Semis is the fantastic Frostix. We've got Epitaph versus Vehemence for our Winter Semis, and we are kicking things off. It doesn't show it on the screen right now, but we are kicking things off on Tower Control on Manta Maria here for Game 1.
Yeah, I think Dryan wanted to conceal the map for dramatic effect. Tower Control Manta Maria will be our Game 1 map. We have already seen Vehemence. We've seen what Risu, Inca-Cola, Muffin, and Rioting were able to do in a very swift set against low ink buddies, and they run a very tight ship between Inca-Cola on the decav, as well as a communication error has occurred.
Oh. My favorite duo, Inca Cola and Commerce. But yeah, I mean, we saw Vehemence kind of run the show earlier. Just really good at kind of using the weapons that they have in terms of frontline stuff to just take space as they please with the splash wall from the 52 gal and the decavitator, just being a decavitator, which really enables the pencil and the heavy to kind of do whatever, in a sense. But Epitaph, I mean, they've won Tritons, they've won paddling pools recently. This is the next team up right now, and as the seed one, you have to assume they are prepared, they are raring to go here.
They definitely are raring to go. You have people like Acing, Skittles the World, and Yoshi here. I'm just gonna say, I see Acing, I see Tower Control. This is gonna be a grand old time for Acing and their blasters.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Luna Neo is going to get a ton of value here, whether that's on the tower, whether that's clearing some of those ledges that Manta Maria has just so many of, even clearing into bunker from the street. It's just an excellent weapon on this map. Yoshi, I would imagine he also is playing just the standard, like splash, or I think, if I recall, if this is the Yoshi I'm thinking of, this is Yoshi also play. Pardon me. Yoshi also plays Junior. Meanwhile, Skittles will be running that pen, and then the World. I don't remember what the World actually plays.
I remember the World maybe on Doolies, could be the case. They are Epitaph's flex, but we will just have to see once we start loading in. The rest of the set at large, since now we are... I saw something in the bottom right corner, but I had no idea what that was. Sword, thank you, Dryan. So the World's gonna be on. I think now that I remember, I think the World, last time I saw the World, they were on either like I think a wiper or maybe a decavitator of sorts, maybe a stamper, considering that this is a tower control map. But we're diving into things now. What will we see from Epitaph? Will Vehemence stick with their guns from all the way back in round 1? And we're seeing the World on the wiper, as I thought, and Vehemence still sticking with their round 1 guns.
I really like Vehemence's comp here, actually, just kind of preventing Epitaph with all these short-range weapons that they have from kind of getting in. You know, Acing the World and Yoshi all don't really have the longest of range stuff, so weapons like the heavy splatling that we see right here from Rioting, and even the Decavitator from Inca-Cola, will be incredibly good at kind of just boxing those weapons out, kind of keeping them at range. But so far, I mean, the hammer throw finds one onto Rioting, and Risu does end up finding the trade onto Acing, who is flanking. But, I mean, the World has cleared so much space, as well as a trade onto Inca-Cola, and now we've got a very solid first push going, or at least started for Epitaph.
So now they are at the first checkpoint. At the moment, though, we're seeing Vehemence trying to take the high ground, but between Acing as well as the Doolies here, they kind of have that on lock. Right now, it's the World in mid. I think that's a jump that the World can really just take, unless it's Inca-Cola. Yes, it is Inca-Cola, and they do get the kill off the drop. However, they are outnumbered. They do at least get rid of, I think that's Beheaded, but Yoshi's able to get the pick. They are alone right now here. They are almost at a crab, but that won't be popped as Risu is able to get rid of them, as now Vehemence is taking mid by storm.
Yeah, now they've got a lot of space. Risu's already on that left-hand side. That cut or jump or whatever you want to call it finds that early pick onto Skittles as well. But the World is able to trade out onto Rioting. That's a lot of the backline, or at least the more mobile backline, gone. But Risu is still taking that space. Not a care in the world. Yoshi on this left-hand side, not really able to do much as Vehemence take that lead. They have a ton of space thanks to Inca-Cola setting up right around the second checkpoint, looking for maybe a pick onto the Wiper, but no, it's going to be a trade, actually. I think we have Risu over on the left-hand side as well. If that splash wall is indicative of anything, actually jumping back in, it was Inca-Cola who was able to stay alive there, or at least jump back in to that front right, and that gives Vehemence a ton of space to kind of push their lead, maybe get to that second checkpoint if the Crab doesn't find anything here.
But the Crab may not find anything, but Acing, as well as I think that Skittles, are able to just post up, get the picks that they need. Acing will now pop up a hammer, throwing it to Inca-Cola. That will be connected here as Yoshi is now diving into the fold. The World will now pop a hammer, getting the pick onto, I think that's Spheal on Vehemence, as Epitaph are now closing in on Streets here. The World is already occupying Spawn here. Skittles is on the tower. Acing is trying to sniff out either Risu or Inca-Cola, but Risu will be able to get rid of Skittles and is already just fleeing towards the bunker snipe over there. World is taking some damage. They're getting down by Inca-Cola. And once again, Vehemence making clean work of mid and returning this back to neutral.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Vehemence have done a very good job at kind of mitigating the damage that Epitaph can do. Their comp has really, really good punish game, but in neutral it can often struggle. Again, it's just a range thing, as well as just having a good bit less paint than Vehemence. A lot of these weapons just, you know, matchup for matchup, just have substantially less paint, especially Skittles versus Rioting here. That heavy splatling is just so good at it, and Shiva, or Inca-Cola, is able to find the pick onto the World. Yoshi with the Crab Tank, though, does stall out for quite a bit. The big bubbler does come up and give the tower a little bit of safe passage down to 63 again, but Risu has to back all the way off. The World with the Ultra Stamp is able to find one Spheal, ends up having to back out, maybe jump out. Muffin is out safe, but I think this is the decap again, and the same trade happens.
This always happens. I do play. I play my fair amount of Wiper and Decapitator, and then you always get tempted with the appeal of getting that jump pick. But then next thing you know, it could also be a sword, and they can just get you as well. It happens far too often. But now we're seeing Epitaph. They are able to actually take the lead at this moment, 63 to 61 here. Inca-Cola is in a bit of a pickle between in a fight against the World. Acing as well as Yoshi have set up on a solid high ground. The World is still alive, and they're throwing their hammer. They aren't able to get rid of Risu just yet here as the tower moves further into Street. They are closing in on that second checkpoint. Spheal will be able to get the pick onto Yoshi, and Vehemence is starting to clean up Street and drive that tower back into mid.
Yeah, and they've already got a ton of map control thanks to Risu on that 52 gal. Excellent painting gun, as well as how much space it can hold and fight. But that gives a lot of space to Vehemence. Now, Epitaph, they're in a little bit of a tougher spot, just having to play for a little bit of stand here. The Suction Bomb's not going to find anything. Actually, the lead is taken at the very end there. As soon as they get to checkpoint, Yoshi ends up going down here. It's just Skittles left who finds the pick onto Riding. The World actually drops down, finds that trade with Muffin, but Inca-Cola still has all the space in front of the tower and finds that pick onto Skittles, make that a second one. And I mean, Vehemence, they're playing really well so far, just able to maintain that tower still. Inca-Cola, the last one left, and prevents the jumps from taking it, stops that overtime before it starts, and Vehemence, they have taken game one, not handily, but still, they had a lot of control almost the entire game.
Yeah, we did see a little bit more pushback from the members of Epitaph, I think closer to the end of the game, but then we just saw an immediate retaliation from the members of Vehemence here. Even when, I think, when you have Inca-Cola on Decav, they do, Decapitator of course lacks the verticality that Stamper and I guess the Wiper in the hands of the World has. They just don't really care about that. They still have the most, I think one of the most deadly one-shots in the entire game, just able to just take space and threaten people with that, and then they're just able to herald the rest of Vehemence to move in. It helps, like, what's it called? I think you already mentioned before the game starts here. I think between Risu and Inca-Cola, they kind of work as like a Batman and Robin type deal where like they can both benefit off of each other and then help each other push in.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the splash walls, it gives a lot of cover. You know, you really don't like fighting a decav on even ground, especially when it has a splash wall in front of it. I mean, we hate it when it has a big bubbler, and that gets it maybe 4 or 5 times a game. When you have that wall that Risu can throw at will, that either player can kind of sit behind and just exist in the space, it's very difficult and even frustrating to deal with, especially for these players on Epitaph who don't have a readily available way to shred the wall or deal with it outside of maybe tossing a suction bomb and Fizzy at the same time and hoping for the best. But that is such a large in tank investment that it's very difficult to kind of do. Now we're going on to a game that we saw Vehemence dominate for the most part on in the first round of Winner's Side on
Yes.
Crab Leg Clam Blitz.
Yes, we already saw our fair amount of Risu and Inca Kola just go straight into the clam basket area here. They're really good at taking high ground and just contesting space that normally would be on the end of Epitaph. So I think on the end of Epitaph here, I think you either have to find a way to play a little bit more at your weapons max ranges, not necessarily fall too close into a close range engagement with these like deadly frontliners on the side of Vehemence. But then at the same time, Epitaph also has some very solid deadly frontliners of their own in the world and in acing. Oh, someone's missing.
Uh-oh. It looks like... Was that rioting?
I think
Did
that's
you see?
rioting.
I think
Yeah,
it's
it's
rioting.
rioting.
Muffin's there. Yeah.
Huh.
It was rioting. Well, rioting disconnected. We're going back. We've got two disconnects so far this set for 2 games. We're at a pretty solid ratio. You know, if I get 2 hits, 2 on bases, like if I get on base twice with 2 at bats in baseball, I mean I'm a superstar at that point. So like we're doing something right, I guess.
Yeah, so far we're 2 for 2 on disconnects on Crab Leg, which is weird because it's like it happened twice. But another thing, at least I think I managed to pick up, was that Epitaph I think is switching things around. I saw acing on V Blaster, and I'm not sure if it's the world. I think it's Yoshi on Splash, and amongst other things. I think Epitaph either is running like a completely new comp, or just like most of them have switched either half or most of them have switched something up. We'll see.
We'll take a look at it as we load back in here. Yeah, acing on that V Blast, Yoshi on the V Splash, just for some higher output, some chip damage to help out. Very, very solid switch ups. Definitely, in my opinion, they're much better suited for this map, where Luna really likes when maps have a lot of natural cover that it can just sit behind and use the AoE. Blaster really doesn't really mind and just likes to play around the mobility. Acing already doing a fantastic job finding a pick onto Inca Kola, but they're going to jump immediately to Muffin, and Acing goes down. No cooler for that V-Blast, and the hammer does find a ton of damage, but just no picks. Epitaph, they do have some pretty solid control of mid here to start things off.
Yeah, Epitaph, they're really just trying to shoot around these walls right now. Acing got that opening pick. We're seeing Yoshi trying to get some damage around that wall. They do have at least an early power climb ready to go, but they're losing up on space as Vehemence are just closing in and Epitaph are just backing up, maybe just feeling the aura of it all here. But Rioting, Spheler trying to back off from Acing in the world as they're pushing in tandem. Skittles providing some cover fire, and Paint. Yoshi is now in the field. World is throwing a hammer, dealing some damage. They are able to get rid of Muffin first here, but Inca Kola trying to get the pick onto World. World's going down, and we're seeing Risu move in with their newly switched 96 Deco, and they have that Kraken, which can be really good for starting pushes, but also prolonging pushes as well, as Yoshi is now running out of time on that Crab Tank. Risu is now jumping back into the fold here. We're still in a little bit of a neutral. No one has entirely scored yet, but now with Inca Kola going down first and the rest of Epitaph closing in, I think things are bound to change right now, Sig.
Yeah, and Vehemence just trying to drop into mid, out of the frying pan, into the fire. 3 players end up going down there. And now Epitaph, they've started the scoring. Yoshi's got a couple more. The Ultra Stamp and the Big Bubbler coming through. Not quite finding any picks, but you're still holding so much space. You're down to 50 points as well for Epitaph. And I mean, this is where they can really do their work incredibly well. Really, again, really solid punish game for a lot of these weapons. As soon as you get stuff like the Wiper or the V-Blast into an advantage state, just outside of neutral, you let them close that gap and get a little bit of damage or some favorable positioning. That's where Epitaph really start to just click. And Vehemence, they managed to reset to mid, but now you have to deal with Yoshi on the Crab Tank. You have to deal with Skittles as well on that Pencil, and that's a lot of range that you're just not really excited to deal with.
Now, what I'm wondering is what is Risu up to, because Risu is all the way in the back line. We're seeing Skittles trying to do something here. They're all backing up, and while Vehemence is closing in, they're, I think, forming another sandwich of doom and despair as a push is bound to happen, I think, on Vehemence's end. But Epitaph are standing strong. They're able to get rid of Inca Kola, Rioting, and Risu. It's only Muffin left, and the rest of Vehemence are closing in. Inca Kola is going down in a trade with World, who is now throwing a hammer, claiming more space. They're hunting down Muffin here, and Muffin's being forced to jump out. That's one power clam. Now a second power clam Clam has hit the basket, pushing Epitaph's lead to 35, and they just hold mid with an iron grip. Skittles has dropped down the cooler here. They have a very comfy lead and are delivering Vehement some of their own medicine.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes left, I mean, Vehemence don't really have a lot of opportunities left to kind of get these pushes going. Their Pen player ends up going down here, but the rest of the team is able to kind of just soldier on, a little bit of space here. Risu just trying to find a pick from underneath onto maybe Yoshi, but nothing's going to come from it. The Kraken comes out just to clear some space, but I mean, Kraken, it's quite difficult to kind of make work on this map, especially when you have to go through the grates to reach Skittles, and now Risu ends up going down. It cost them a lot. Inca Cola, though, on that bottom right-hand side, keep a lookout for that decaf while the rest of the team walks up. Acing is able to find some chip damage and get that clear, eventually find that pick, and now Epitaph, they have a ton of space to work with, and Vehemence, they don't have much time.
They do not have much time indeed. It's almost 1 minute left on the clock, but right now numbers are dropping. 2 members down on Epitaph here. You're losing Acing and you're losing World, but Acing still has their bubble ready to go. You need to find a way to deploy that and block any more damage coming in from Vehement, because right now they've picked up the pity. They are going all in. World has a hammer ready to pop. A crab has been popped by Yoshi as well here, and they're starting to take back mid here. Risu has popped their own Kraken here, but it's not claiming any value. They are once again trying to hunt down Skittles like they have heat vision. Are they trying to get some kind of jump in though here? Because Muffin has the Clam, but just World is just in their faces and not letting them press forward here. We're seeing Inca Cola trying to pop the bubble, a very small bubble, but they're able to get rid of World, but they're just wasting ever so more time. It's now 30 seconds left on the clock, and Vehemence has not scored once.
No, they haven't. They're not even in mid either, as Muffin ends up dropping to Skittles. Epitaph, they have full control here. Acing finds another pick to stagger even further, and with 15 seconds left, Vehemence, they don't really have much to go, as Acing finds another one under Risu, who tries dropping. Everybody's just stuck on the plat for Vehemence. No power clam, no economy, no nothing. And, I mean, now they're just not able to even trigger overtime. Epitaph, they take game 2, and they even up that score 1-1.
Very dominant performance from Epitaph from start to finish here. We already called out that Vehemence have not been able to score once. They did have moments where they had a little bit of control into mid. They were trying to get some pushes started up here, but they just couldn't find their way forward. When you're working with weapons that can be adaptable in both mid-range as well as more aggressive close-range scenarios, like Acing on the V-Blaster, like World's Wiper, like Yoshi's Splash, as well as Crab here, they're both really good at holding space, but also taking space.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've got so many specials that can kind of use as that dual purpose sort of special, you know, pop it in any kind of state that you feel like, and they're so incredibly strong on their own. You have players that know how to play around them, they know exactly like what to do if something is popped, say the big bubbler. Now you have just a ton of space to work with. If the crab tank or the hammer's popped, you can follow up that chip damage incredibly easily. That's one of the positives of playing a lot of these very mobile short-range weapons, is that you can kind of just run forwards and really quickly follow up on things. And Epitaph, they did that incredibly well. They weren't able to quite capitalize on it on Mansa game 1, but for this game 2, I mean, it's a complete turnaround for them.
Not to mention here, like, they weren't just playing at that short aggressive range, they were also trying to play their range as well. Saw that a lot with Acing. The World was a little bit more aggressive here, but, like, Wiper just has the ability to switch to, like, a very surprising, like, range for a close-range weapon here. And then they're just able to overwhelm space here. We're seeing Vehemence just, like, trying to take some damage, but then when you have weapons that can, like, pair up their chip damage with, like, the Thrown Wiper, as well as the Crab Tank, but with, like, the Blaster here, it all kind of, like, combos together into a really, really harmonistic sandwich of, like, of a game completion like that. So that's game 2 going to Epitaph. The set is tied up as we reach Splat Zone's Hagglefish market.
Yeah, now I'm wondering, can one of my favorite Calamity mod weapons kind of bounce back here? Can Vehemence kind of find their way again? Maybe score some points this game, just to kick things off. That would be a pretty good start. It's zones, so you know they probably, one would hope that they can a little bit, but
surely,
you know, Epitaph, they're hunting for that 3-peat, and this is, so far that game 2 is indicative of they are ready for, they are hungry, and they are raring to go.
Exactly. I'm starting to realize, Sig, we have not seen zone. I don't think we saw zones this entire block so far.
Have we not?
I don't think we did. It's been a whole lot of Rainmaker,
a
whole lot of power, a whole lot of clams.
Oh wow. Okay, this is the first Zones game, and it is on the map, the Splatoon 3 competitive map of Hagglefish Market. It looks like a couple of actually comp changes. Shiva switching over to the V Blast and rioting over to the Mini as well. The Custom Blaster coming out, and we're back to the heavy edit for Skittles. Very substantially different weapon changes. Inca-Cola ends up going down here, and with the Crab Tank coming through, Epitaph are going to take early control of that zone. Risu ends up going down, trading out Acing, but with only Inca-Cola left on the respawn, Epitaph, they have all the control on the map that they could ever want here.
Exactly. They just have Chair. They have like a really aggressive forward position here, leaving Vehemence in their switch at the moment. We're trying to probably farm for specials at the moment, but the world has a hammer. We're also seeing, I think, a Rioting have a hammer. They get caught out, though, by Acing, who then gets caught out by Cola, who then is taking a lot of chip damage from the world, but they're being backed up by Risu here. They're able to get rid of Yoshi. They're able to get rid of the world as well here. They're taking some heavy fire from the blaster as well as the Splatling on Epitaph, and they're still counting down. They have not put the zone into neutral, but as soon as I say that, they do put the zone into neutral, but the damage has been dealt by Epitaph. 29 points is a very strong lead, and they're right back in control.
They're still going here, Frostix. I mean, they won the fight eventually, just with the sheer amount of trades. Eventually, they were able to get those jumps back in and get people with cooler respawns back. And Epitaph, when you have that lead, trades can only really benefit you when you have all this control and everything. Just because, you know, you're able to hold on to a lot more, and if you lose, you're not quite losing as much. And so far, I mean, Vehemence, they're able to find one pick onto the world. Cola's able to just pop that big bubbler and maybe get this recap. There it is for Vehemence. But now they're in a bit of a tough spot again, because they've kind of let Epitaph kind of bunker down just behind the zone, and that's very difficult for Vehemence to kind of push out, especially without any specials here.
And speaking of specials, Epitaph has brought out the entire arsenal. First the hammer from the world, and now the crab from Yoshi. But Risu is holding down strong in left street, and the world has already in Vehemence's spawn. But they do get caught out thanks to Inca-Cola and Rioting. Yoshi and Skittles are up. Flow State has just activated on the side of Skittles, and Epitaph are almost out of their penalty. They're going to start counting down very, very soon. And Vehemence does not have any specials to kind of go in just yet here. We're almost at a bubble from Inca-Cola, but they could be good for an entry, but they need to find a way to get paint on the zone, and they need to get the paint on fast. We're seeing a hammer come out from Rioting, but Yoshi has popped the crab here. There's 3 seconds left here, and a very clean game coming from Epitaph.
Yeah, they're almost able to get that neutralized at the very end from Vehemence, but just not enough paint, not enough time. Epitaph, some excellent holds there, just really able to clean things up. I want to highlight specifically World and Acing, who just constantly found ways to just isolate members of Vehemence, whether that was on the drop, especially on the drops actually, or with the Ultra Stamp, just dash into the big bubbler and everything, and just kind of keep everybody locked down for the rest of the team to clean up. And I mean, that really led to Epitaph getting these large scoring opportunities. Vehemence were just not able to recover from them, not able to find an answer, and you know, it's very difficult to kind of find that sort of stuff when you have some weapons that really like to just make these solo plays. You know, Vehemence, they're running into a couple of difficulties with their comp now, and it's pretty tough for them.
Yeah, they kind of went for a brand new approach for zones here. They brought out some more things that can paint here. Yeah, like you had Inca-Cola switching from Decap to Blaster, you had Rioting go from Heavy to Mini here. Some interesting switch-ups here, but then Epitaph still holds strong. So we're now going into Game 4. We're back onto Rainmaker. It is match points for Epitaph, so if they take Museum Rainmaker, they have their tickets punched into Winners Bracket Finals. A lot is banking on this match for Vehemence.
Yeah, but I mean, even more so for Epitaph too. I mean, they want to keep the paddling pool runs going that they've had. Again, they've won the past 2 365 and 366. They're looking to make it a third with the funny number here. But they've got to get through Rainmaker, and this is one where I think Vehemence definitely have an upper hand, especially if Risu goes to the Vanilla 96. Looks like we're sticking with the V52 and actually going back to the Heavy Edit. Still a ton of range on that comp. And I mean, I'm still just range-wise, just generally on this map, that's king because there's not that much cover in mid to work with, and you can kind of sit from all these angles. And Vehemence so far, I mean, they're looking all right, even though they went a player down. Rioting's gone, and Epitaph, they're just barely getting back into mid, or just taking it now.
What I'm noticing is that I think we're losing a lot of aggression when you have Inca-Cola stay on B-Blaster like this here. I think Decap can bring a lot of aggression into the fold here. We're seeing Acing trying to scramble to that first checkpoint, but they get shut down. Inca-Cola now going down to a hammer from the World here. 2 members down on both sides as World is trying to keep this push alive alongside Skittles. They're trying to push up onto Muffin, taking some chip damage here. Inca-Cola has dropped down, trying to get rid of Skittles. The World has also dropped down here. They're still alive, and that's just what Viper can pull off with its cockroach-like survivability and strafe speed. It's just very much ahead in Epitaph's end here, but the Rainmaker has not reached the checkpoint just yet.
Yeah, just not quite. 2 players actually end up going down. Make that a third on the side of Vehemence. Make it a delayed wipeout, if you will, with Acing with that splashdown. Really solid play there. Incredibly aggressive. Does end up getting shut down on that right side, though, but it gives Epitaph that checkpoint. Now Vehemence, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. World is drawing 2 players. On 1 HP is able to find the pick onto Risu, and delays long enough for the rest of Epitaph to get back. Cola is able to find at least 1 pick to even things up. And with the big bubble, he gives a jump back into Risu, who just teleports. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we had B-hopping in this game. That's pretty cool. Risu just takes the entire right side of Plat, and Vehemence take the checkpoint because of it.
Yeah, immediate clapback from Vehemence as Muffin will take the Rainmaker and the lead. We're seeing Yoshi trying to impede it with their crab, but Risu is just up in their face and is able to just cancel that out. I think Rioting is at this point is just trying to get some bonus points on the board as they go down. They set the lead at 15, and Epitaph, they need to go on some janitor duty, trying to clean up their own plat before they start a push of their own. 2 members of down. World has popped a hammer, forcing Muffin to back up. Rioting has gone down. We're seeing Risu as well as Inca-Cola trying to hold down the line here. Risu has been spotted out by World here. We're seeing Yoshi's Crab running out. Skittles is trying to take a high ground approach almost here, but they're trying to get the paint on the ground here. They need to beat 50. They need to get really damn close to that pedestal.
Well,
but Risu will not let that happen just yet.
No, and the splashdown does get the pop, but with 3 players down, it's just World who tries to pop the Ultra Stamp to stay alive, get that pop back. It's just not going to happen. Vehemence, they're able to hold on. Really quick answer back from Epitaph, though. They're able to take so much space, and one has to think immediately of both the backline players just going up the top left, playing that exact same angle and being out of a charge at the same time. That really hurt Vehemence on the defense here. No, Muffin's putting it in the stall spot, and now, I mean, Epitaph, they're in an even harder spot right now as Rioting drops down to protect this Rainmaker, and I mean, we've seen this spot so many times at this point. We know this song and dance here for us 6.
Yep, and especially when Epitaph just needed 1 more inch forward, it's really rough here, but they are able to get rid of Risu. I think they're letting this reset. Actually, no! World will pick up the Rainmaker, as a matter of fact, and they're now starting to move it up to the top spinner. A Wave Breaker has been deployed by Rioting, and now Epitaph is trying to get their push in order, but they're being just forced back ever so slightly by Rioting on the high ground, by Risu, just firing off here. Risu's now dropping in, trying to take matters into their own hands. They get shut down by Skittles, who's now going down to Rioting. I think we're seeing Acing and Yoshi just trying to take some space. 2 members are down on the high ground, but Inca-Cola drops down, getting rid of World. Acing's gonna drop Inca-Cola. There's now 1 minute left on the clock here. Epitaph needs to just move 1 more inch further than Vehemence did if they want to get that lead.
Oh, and this crab tank to open things up is going to be huge. Finding cover from Rioting, able to get 1 pick, make that a second for the rest of the team onto the front lines of Vehemence. Rioting ends up going down as well. It's just Muffin left, who finds a little bit of chip. No! Onto Skittles, and that's going to be a lot of chip with the rest of the weapons able to collapse down both Cola and Risu, and that's a shutdown for Vehemence. Now they just need to keep this Rainmaker alive, keep it just in a safe spot, but Risu's not able to get to the stall spot, just able to kind of get to that kind of tighter cubby, and that gives a very free pop to Epitaph. They have 1 more opportunity if they can clear out Muffin here, but it looks like World ends up going down. Yoshi's trying to clean up the slack on that right-hand side, find a pick. Almost a second, but just stay alive is the biggest thing. Now we need a pop immediately for Epitaph. 6 seconds left, and you need that Rainmaker. You need it alive. The World has it picked up, but I mean, they've got their work cut out for them here, Frostix. They've got to get all the way back into the spawn.
They have a long ways to go, and they already have a bubble set up by Inca-Cola. They have whales ready to be popped by Risu. The splashdown has been popped by Acing, but Acing unfortunately goes down. Yoshi's trying to move in, take the fight to Risu, but Inca-Cola has dropped down, and the stars have aligned for them getting the two-piece to finish out this game. Overtime will not succeed for Epitaph as we enter game 5, Sig.
And that was quite the game. I mean, that lead was just immediately just evaporated. I thought that there was going to be so much more time and space for Epitaph to extend it, but immediately as soon as Vehemence took that checkpoint, and they had all the space in the universe to kind of just walk forwards. The Crab Tank did eventually find the initial pick, but you have such high object damage on Rioting's heavy splatling that Ro was just able to kind of pick up that rain and dash forwards while the rest of Epitaph was busy dealing with Risu and Cola.
Yeah, and then I think a lot of the times, I think, when Epitaph was like on their pushes at that point, it was really rough on their end here. They got like really close, 15 to 16. I think a lot of it kind of ended up with like World was in the hand, like the Rainmaker was in the hands of World here, and then obviously I think it would have benefited a lot more if like World was just out there using their Wiper here. They could have like at least provided more frontline pressure here. And then like when you had like, I think there's also this moment here. I think Skittles just was a little bit too slow on that end, unfortunately, and then they got tripped up, and then they got and then the rest of Vehemence just kind of cleaned up their own platform, and then it's a lot of like really small decisions, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple opportunities there of just running forwards, playing close to the wall where the Sniper Raider can't hit you. For example, where when Skittles was running the rain, that was an opportunity there. But also the front lines kind of just walked forwards really far and gave Risu and Inca-Cola an avenue to just run down the Rainmaker rather than kind of just be that front line, be that primary engagement for the rest of Vehemence that they wanted to sink their chance, but maybe it was just, a new team sort of thing, just not quite.
Indeed, it is. But now we're entering game 5. This is the tiebreaker. Everything is riding on both of these teams right now. Whoever wins this has their tickets punched to winners bracket finals. It's all riding on Tower Inkblot. Already looking at the team comps here, no changes from Museum at the moment here. We're still seeing, actually no, I think Acing this time back on V-Blaster at the moment. Already we're seeing Inca-Cola trying to move in. They are going to get the pick onto Skittles, but then they get traded off by Yoshi. That's still a strong start, as Epitaph won't have Cooler for a little while, but Vehemence goes 2 members down here. Yoshi already has a Crab ready to go, which will be popped on left stack. Acing will be riding the Rainmaker there halfway to a bubble. We're already seeing some instant transmission coming out from Rioting as well here. Inca-Cola is taking some chip damage, trading out the blasters. Epitaph now 2 members down as they don't clear that first checkpoint just yet here. They do still have a little bit more space, but we're right back into a very heated neutral as the tower coasts back to mid.
Yeah, but Inca-Cola is able to get that big bubbler set up. Just a lot of space taken for Vehemence there. Risu's able to just stay in the bubble, and it looks like Rioting is just going to ride the tower as Muffin tries to deal with World. Actually, World gets 2 picks, and Rioting ends up going down. It's just Risu left, and Epitaph are hunting for him, just trying to find that pick. They don't want this gal alive, but they're able to jump out just in the nick of time. And now Epitaph, they're onto the first check. Yoshi has that Crab Tank. The Cooler is up. And I mean, they take it without really much contest here.
Yeah, they get, like, World gets 2 picks, they clean up mid, and now they're pushing ever so further here. Yoshi has unfortunately goes down. That's a very important special in Crab, not being there to clear a very important checkpoint like second here, as Skittles is being forced to jump out here. Acing has gone down as the rest of Epitaph now regroup towards mid here. They are able to at least get rid of Rioting. That's a very strong start, as a secondary anchor does go down on Vehemence. World will be able to shut down Risu right then and there. The hammer throw not claiming any targets as Inca-Cola jumps back towards Platzer. They have a bubble ready to go. They're just trying to sniff out any would-be Sharkers out of mid, as Yoshi pops the Crab, being blocked now by the bubble from Inca-Cola here. And I think Vehement are getting things started.
Yeah, they're starting to get started, but with 2 players go down, they end as soon as they're getting started here. Frostix is, the rest of Epitaph is able to clean up. Yoshi's just dashing forwards. He's able to find one before getting traded out, but Skittles is there to try and fight Risu. Is able to find it before, again, jumping back to mid, kind of resetting a little bit. Epitaph does have a lot to go here in terms of, like, a comfortable lead, just because that second checkpoint can be very difficult to hold at times, especially if you give up the top left. But if you don't give up mid at all, and that's what the plan is with Yoshi's Crab Tank, you don't really have to worry all that much. Vehemence are just struggling to walk forwards, and the Ultra Stamp just compounds on the issue.
Yeah, exactly. You see World just charging with a stamp here. You need to give that thing space, or else you're just going to get flattened. And right now, Epitaph are now gathering around left stack here. Someone's jumping out as Inca-Cola drops a bubble. We're also seeing a Wave Breaker from Rioting here. Acing, unfortunately, going down here. That's a very key player eliminated right then and there. World's taking some damage as well, as Vehemence are now on that tower and getting their own push started. Epitaph does have a crab, as Yoshi will pop it on top of the Garlic Clove there. Is firing off onto the right stack of Epitaph, and they're just forcing the rest of Vehemence to back up. We're seeing Risu trying to go for the flank, and they do get Skittles. They could go for 2 here, but World calls out their bluff, but they aren't out bluff just yet, as Vehemence gets a wipeout. They are now going to clear that first checkpoint in no time, as Inca-Cola and Risu, and the stars are aligning for Inca-Cola once more. World and Skittles go down, and they are controlling bats like they are Batmen, and now Vehemence are approaching that second checkpoint here. They could be able to clear Epitaph's lead now, as they do just that and clear checkpoint 2.
Oh, and Acing with the big bubbler pretty far back here. Not going to be able to use it to kind of take some space, just in favor of holding it. And with 3 players fighting them, Vehemence, they're already on that third checkpoint. They're looking for this KO. They are raring to go. Cola also just finding that pick on the Skittles. Everybody making a mad dash for the tower, but with 2 Vehemence players on it, they take game 5. They are moving on to winner semis. If Epitaph want to 3-bait, they're going to have to do it from the loser side of bracket here.
Very long way to climb up if you are Epitaph, but Vehemence are on an all-star run right now. We've seen them twice already, and we are going to see them again in the next set, but I think from both teams has just been a very all-out set to witness.
Yeah, very, very strong work. I mean, after that, like, third game, I thought Epitaph kind of had it in the bag. They had all the momentum going for them, but Vehemence just able to steal it away in game 4 and do the same thing in 5. Just kind of come back from, you know, a moderate deficit, but stave off the aggression from Epitaph, and just kind of punish them really well for it with the big bubbler, with the whale, just so much chip damage to allow the blaster to just do its thing. Vehemence really just executed so well on it, and they're moving on to winners finals, where they face, I believe...
Oh, it's the bread. It's Laissez Lever, La Passe Pendant 2 heures à Température Ambiante. They're going up against Argo, Phoenix, Homengus, and Fling King here. Very intrigued to witness that. But we're now back on the enrichment screen. Man. I don't even know if we actually are seeing winners bracket finals, come to think of it.
It's getting close to the end of the block. I think we still might be.
Oh, okay. We are, I think.
Just, you know, after a little bit of a break, a very short one because both teams are ready to go, but we'll be kicking things off on Clan Blitz in just a little bit. We'll see y'all after this quick break.
All right, welcome back to Paddling Pool 3 Funny Number. For those tuning in, I'm Frostix. I'm joined by the splendid Sig Dakari, and we're now in Winners Bracket Finals. We witnessed Vehemence pull off the set of their lives against Seed 1, which was Epitaph, and now they're going up against Seed 2. Their name is in French. It's very long. They are now known as Bread Making in the side, and we're already seeing Small Fry as well as the Decav trying to get this push up started here, but they're already getting shut down by Inca Cola and Riding. They're already taking mid by a little bit of a storm, but Flinking as well as I think a snack is, if I remember, Homengus here. They're trying to hold down the line with their Dynamo as well as the Inkvac.
Yeah, so far going pretty well for Vehemence here, actually. They've got a good bit of space to work with, but as I say, that Flinking goes forward, finds one, gets a ton of damage on the Riding, forces them to back up. Risu is able to find a trade with, I believe, the 96, which is Homengus. And now we've got a good bit of space made for Vehemence with that big bubbler. They have a power climb at the ready as well, and with this wave breaker, they're looking to hold a little bit of space in plat, maybe look for that fight, shred the big bubbler, but Riding might just look to score this immediately. There it is, and that was certainly, that was some kind of movement there. We got there eventually, though, and Vehemence started scoring.
Yeah, they are still going here. They pushed their lead all the way to 50, but right now they are getting eviscerated in a combo between the Vac as well as the Dynamo here. I mean, they cleaned that up pretty quickly, but the damage has still been dealt. 50 points, and now Vehemence is halfway through their score. Right now, they're trying to get on their defense arc. They are able to get rid of the Blaster here. The Decav was trying to go in, but they go down as well. A Vac has been popped by Homengus here. Flinking trying to go onto the ledge here. They do get spotted by Risu before getting traded off. They're still holding, I think, their top spinner to the best of their ability. They are able to get rid of the Blaster here, trying to get some chip onto the Decav as well as the 96 here. Inca is up on this high ground spinner, trying to hold down the space, trying to at least clear it for Rioting, who now has very solid vantage points on all of mid, able to trade out the 96. That's a very strong pick because that shuts down any Vax from Bread Making, as Vehemence still hold down mid very stalwart.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Flinking does end up finding a trade, though, but that's only going to benefit Vehemence, as Risu is up on that top spinner, has to drop down, but is just dancing, trying to stay alive, trying to bait the rest of Bread Making into just taking some space. And, I mean, they're fully taking it, just forcing a bunch of jumps out. The Vac is popped, and the Decav does find one. Inca Cola doesn't find any picks quite, and Bread Making is able to get up to the spinner. Now they're looking for a couple of power climbs, maybe to answer, but they have to deal with Risu on that top right with the Killer Whale, with the wall, and that's just not an easy spot to clear for this comp at all.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of difficulty. They just managed to get their climb in order, and Rioting has now dropped a wave breaker here. They're starting to back up two members down on each side, but this Decav is pressing forward here alongside this Blaster. Rioting's going down. It's a wipeout on Vehemence, and no one on Vehemence is there. No one on Vehemence is able to stop this power climb from breaking through. But is there any follow-up from the rest of Bread Making? It does not seem like that's the case here, as the basket reforms and no more follow-up. The lead remains at 80, but I think Bread Making still has a lot of space and a second power clam that could be used. Actually, I think a third with the Pity combined. They need to pick up that second one before it fades away, though. Right now, they need to do a lot of clam management right now if they want to get this in, but with the Vac being popped here and with Flinking putting that first one in, and there's a second power clam hitting the basket, the lead is tied up, but no one is there for the follow-up once again. So I don't think that lead will be taken just yet, as the score converts to 51.
Yeah, and now that Vehemence have a ton of space on the plat of Bread Making, they can get the jump into the big bubbler, start another round of scoring for themselves, and Risu goes down before being able to score anything. Riding actually has to jump out as the Decav is behind and is just able to kind of walk forwards, again, just completely flip the map for Bread Making here. And now with the economy that they've built up, there's a real opportunity for them to just start the scoring, start getting going, maybe take that lead again, but they're going to have to, again, find a way to deal with Riding, or just completely ignore it with the big bubbler and the Inkvac. There's one, there's the Vac shot as well, there's the lead, and let's just put some more claims in the basket. Why not? Down to 39 points, and I mean, now Bread Making, they just need to kind of weather this storm from Vehemence, maybe drain a few of the clan pods, make the economy a little bit more difficult to work with. For Vehemence, just trying to hold this space, and so far they've kept their plat, which is a pretty solid start for this defense in the end game.
Right now they need to start acting here. They have held on, and now they get rid of 3 members of bread making. It's only the 96 left, and Muffin will toss their power climb in here. A bubble has been popped. The lead has been taken right before overtime starts. It's still going as overtime is on for bread making here. The basket is still open on bread making's end here. They are able to get rid of Muffin as well as Riding, but Risu trying to get the shark in. They get spotted out by the blaster as well as the decaf here, and bread making is starting to scramble here. Overtime is running out. The decaf has popped a bubble here, and this way has been popped here. Snack is jumping in here.
There's no
Will
time.
they be able to break? There's no time, Sig! There's no time for bread making. As Vehement, hot off the presses. I think like Vehement is hot off the presses of playing on Museum Clams, so they take that game again.
Yeah, I mean they got plenty of warm up there in game 4-ish.
Yeah, game 4.
On the Rainmaker of Museum. I mean the map layout is about the same when you go over to Clam Blitz. Just that extra block there does change a good bit, but I mean. Vehemence is just, come through with a warm-up, raring to go, and I mean, it shows here. They were able to clutch up, able to kind of hold off bread making as well a few times. And unfortunately at the end there, I mean, even if the jump was in time, I think that Homengus actually jumped to the wrong person into the lower ground as well, which is a pretty tough spot to be in for bread making. That kind of stalls your scoring even further as well.
Yeah, it's once again, it's a lot of small decisions that kind of impede you in the long run here. And then I think another thing that I noticed, I think throughout at least the first half of this game, is that a lot of the pushes, they started off they did start off, but I think there wasn't a lot of follow up between not just in I think bread making's end, but also in Vehemence's end, because I think they did have a really strong push that pushed them to 50, but then after that, their pushes after that, before their big explosive overtime clutch push, they just kind of threw one in, didn't have any follow up after that. So that's game 1. Still going to Vehemence, and we're back onto Inkblot. This time not on tower, it's now Inkblot zones.
Yeah, I feel like this set has kind of entered into a parallel universe of the previous winter semis, and we've gotten the 2 maps that we got back-to-back from the previous set, just on different modes. And it feels like a little bit odd. We're going on the zones. Definitely has become more common, especially with zones only being favored a lot more in the past year.
Mm-hmm.
But still, not like a true staple like you see Hagglefish Market being, or another map like Barnacle and Dime, or even Museum d'Alfonsino itself. This is one of those maps that it can be a little bit awkward to navigate, especially if you don't have practice on it. And it's got one route to get onto plat, maybe 2. So you really have to be clever, or at least smart with where you're taking the space and when, especially.
Definitely so here. I think like you said before, what was it? Vehemence has already had some practice on Inkblot, rather it being on tower here. And I think they are running the same comp that they ran on tower here with Inca-Cola with staying on the blaster. Meanwhile, on bread making here, we're seeing a switch up to the gold dynamo. Here's perhaps some chumps action, and the decaf on last game this time is on pencil. So interesting switch ups this time around here. I think a little bit more paint forward on the end of bread making as they're starting to push Vehemence out. 2 members down, forcing a third to jump out here as they now take control of zone first.
I think I like this switch up for bread making as well. Flinking on the gold dynamo. Honestly, kind of an underrated weapon right now. We know how strong Dynamo is as a main. We know how strong Chumps are as a special. And I mean, it works out fairly well, especially when you have that cooler as the proper backline for this comp. But so far, Vehemence, I mean, they're able to find a couple of picks, make that a stagger. Inca-Cola does end up going down, but not before the zone gets taken by Vehemence. Now, bread making are back in it with a big bubbler on the zone from Small Fry. And, I mean, now they're just trying to neutralize. The vac comes through, and there's the cap, I believe. Eventually?
Surely.
Maybe?
Okay.
There we go.
That took a little bit of time for bread making, but then Vehemence right back into the swing of things in control once more. They do drop a soda as well, but Flynn King will drop some chumps here. This is definitely the opportunity for bread making to send themselves in, and they do with the vac from the 96. Flynn King also trying to take matters into their own hands against Rioting, which they will take them out. Goes for two. Muffin goes down, and they have their sets on. They have their eyes set on Inca Cola. That's 3 for Flynn King. When you go for the king, ensure you go for the head, and that they don't. As Flynn King continues, oh, not anymore. They go down to Risu, who now goes down. But bread making is now in the lead here as they go past the 60 threshold, now into the 50s.
Yeah, Risu did not miss. Unfortunately for him, neither did the rest of bread making, as they're able to stabilize fairly well, take a lot of space. Flynn King is back up and running with that flow aura for the Dynamo. It's just so mobile with that. And bread making, they're down to almost 30 points already here, looking for that KO. Rioting ends up going down, and everybody's just trying to rush through the left-hand side. And guess who's there? It's Flynn King again, this time with an Ink Vac. And I mean, bread making, they're just constantly going 2 players down, but with the Vac shot coming through, forcing Risu to drop here, they're able to maybe hold on, especially if they find one of the picks onto maybe Rioting on this heavy. But with the Wave Breaker coming down, and with a lot of cover being used by the heavy, it's looking pretty solid for Vehemence. They're not able to control the zone just yet. With the auto bomb coming through, actually, they end up going down here. Flynn King drops into the bubble for good measure, and I mean, the jump in's just not in time, and there's the KO for bread making.
Yeah, that was a very, very swift comeback from bread making. Vehemence was in control for a little bit long. They did manage to put the zone into neutral for prolonged periods of time here, but then you kind of have to worry about like whether or not you want to focus on paint or you want to focus on picks here, because if you get the paint, sure, you apply the penalty, but then next thing you know, they'll get back into control. But then if you try to go for picks, then next thing you know, the paint won't be in your favor, and then the countdown will start ever so sooner here. You need to make a very sound decision in a very short amount of time when you're in a very dire situation where you need to put the zone into neutral, and then when bread making was very close to getting that knockout, which they eventually did do.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to kind of just stagger a lot. I mean, these individual plays up the ramp, we were talking earlier a little bit about just making plays at the right timing, and Flynn King sure found the right time several times. Especially around that ramp, just able to find a lot of isolated picks, most of the time unanswered, extending them into streaks as well. And I mean, this Vac kind of just shut the door on a lot of the push, a lot of the progress that Vehemence was making. I've forced Risu to drop into a very awkward situation, and then Rioting has just the one angle that they're safe at, that you can kind of paint from heavy, and with the pen nowhere to be found, bread making were just able to outpaint that relatively easily.
Yeah, exactly. I think between Flynn King and Homengus, they're just able to just completely stall off complete sections of the map here, just make it completely unsafe territory to enter here, because either you get like suctioned off and like, caught out by like Swing King, like by Flynn King, or you just get suffered down by a vac shot here, or by the other members of bread making, the blaster and also the pencil, I think. So now we're going to game 3. We have reached Undertow tower control.
There we go. A slightly different map, and we've got tower now. This is pretty interesting. I don't really know how double like long range really works here for Vehemence. It, for whatever reason, I feel like this map, it does have the 2 lanes on either side of mid, but the angles there are pretty risky to take if you just want to wide swing it with either weapon. Playing around the cover can get a little bit challenging, and I'm very curious to see how they kind of play around that. Bread making have a little bit of a clearer path, a little bit easier to play just with the single back comp, but this could really go either way. I'm just curious to see what Vehemence is cooking up here.
Yeah, I think like because like they have been sticking with their guns a little like more consistently over like the end of last set and the beginning of this set here. They have still like I think they do still have like a little bit more like the ability to be adaptable. We'll just have to see what this what tower control Undertow has in store. So what's on the end of bread making? I see a zap here, and on the end of Vehemence here, it's still a lot of the same here. We're not seeing Inca Cola on decap, but we are seeing, I think that's Phoenix on zap now.
Yeah, sticking to their guns on the side of Vehemence. I mean, bread making, they're cooking right now. I mean, I like the flexibility that the Zap provides, a lot of fighting power. The Chump's coming through, it gives an opportunity to maybe take some space, but Risu's actually the one to take some space on the other side of the map. The Zap is not able to find anything, maybe gets the tower moving for a couple of points, and with Risu going down, we're back to a 3v3. A lot of damage onto both of the back lines, and it looks like Coca-Cola ends up going down to Flinking, missing the direct there, but bread making will capitalize fully on that, take that first checkpoint, and it looks like they're hungry for a little bit more with how Flinking's playing.
Yeah, so already they pushed their lead up to, like, it's very close to that second checkpoint right now for bread making, and they have two specials ready to go, the Vac and the Bubble, but the Bubble will be, like, the Blaster's taken down. I think that Vac from Homengus is just able to completely negate the Zuka that I think I saw come out. Was there a Zuka? I don't know what I saw here, but it shut down some kind of special on the end of Vehemence here. They do push it almost past that second checkpoint. It's a very strong start. 45 points for bread making.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really solid start. You take out the first two checkpoints as well. You'll take that every day of the week if you're bread making. But now, though, Vehemence, they're looking to answer back. Muffin is able to find a pick onto it. I think you're right. That is Phoenix there on the Zap. And now bread making, they're stuck on the back foot a little bit. We've seen them kind of struggle from the retake position a couple of times, especially in that game 1. And now they just have to find ways to get forward. Small Fry is able to find a direct onto Rioting, looking for a second one onto Inca Cola. Why don't you? Maybe looking for the third onto Muffin. They're hunting, and with the support from Phoenix, they're able to keep walking forwards. Risu is able to jump in, but I mean, there's not really much that a 52 gal can do at the moment. They're just going to opt to kind of go the long way and just try and find a flank here.
Yeah, when you have, like, bread making being this stalwart here, they're just kind of unbreakable in their own composition. You need to find a way to disrupt it. I think Risu is trying to pull that off, but they get noticed, and then Risu being forced to jump out here. And we're right back into a neutral here. Small Fry is now jumping to glass here. We're seeing, I think that was Inca Cola going down here. Small Fry is actually taking the initiative on tower. They try to pop the bubble, but they unfortunately go down. Now Phoenix is looking to pick up the slack here, but they are getting some cover fire in response. Risu is now in play. A Vac shot has come out. There is no Muffin and no Flinking on the field at the moment as we enter another dead heat neutral at the moment.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, it's working out fairly well for bread making. They're able to find the pick onto the aggressing Risu. Inca Cola does pop the big bubble, and that gives a little bit of space. There's a pick as well. Looks like Homengus is on the right-hand side, just playing the off angle for the rest of the team. Finds one pick, looking for that second. Has to back off, though, as Risu has that splash wall. Finds one shot onto it, but with 96, I mean, you know, close is only good in hand shoes and horse grenades. Nope, that's not it. Horseshoes and hand grenades. There we go. And unfortunately with the 96, it's very similar. You're not able, you know, you hit one shot, but you gotta hit two for the KO, and it looks like Vehemence are just taking that all the way to the bank with the lead.
Yeah, they do push that lead 24 to 45, and it's only, I think, Inca Cola left to fend off against both Flinking and Small Fry, and they have gone down to the Blaster. Bread making is now cleared off their side of the map, and they need to beat 24. They need to get to that third and I think final checkpoint in order to get the win right here and now, because there's 1 minute left on the clock. Vehemence is 2 members down here, and bread making has 2 very key specials, the bubble as well as the Vac, ready to be deployed here, as well as the cooler. I think the bubble has already been deployed, the Vac has been deployed, the cooler, and now bread making has deployed the entire arsenal. Muffin has gone down as Small Fry charges forward. 2 members down on Vehemence, and the lead is immediately taken back by bread making here, and they're gonna clear that third and final checkpoint as they close towards the finish line here. Already Risu is trying to dive the tower here. They are able to get rid of Flinking as well as the 96, but Phoenix is the one to get to the end, as bread making will take game 3, and that is now match point on Laissez lever la pâte pendant 2 heures à température ambiante.
We had to break out the full French name for that one. I mean, that was such a crazy comeback for the bread making squad here. Just, you know, the final minute, just able to come back from 75 points down almost. Or just like, you know, they just got the lead and whatever. Math, tower pushing. It's very tough. is what I'm getting at. And they're able to come back, found a ton of fights that went their way. The Big Bubbler and Inkvac especially. Those two specials were fantastic at just allowing the rest of bread making to hold the space. And I mean, this double was really clutch for this early defense here from the blaster from Small Fry here.
Definitely so here. They're just able to just work their way around corners here and also above ledges. We're also seeing some stellar gameplay from Fling King once as we have seen from the last couple of games. But like you said, a lot of the kudos in this game are coming from the blaster as well as the 96. The bubble being able to hold space and the vac being able to subtract space here. They're holding a kind of hollow purple type synergy over here. So we now go into game 4. I know. So now, game 4, Scorch Gorge Rainmaker.
Yeah, we've got. We're back to the same maps from Winter Semis, just different modes. We saw Clam Glitz, I believe.
Clam Scorch.
This was from 2 sets ago, actually, I think. But regardless, we're going on to this one. Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. And this is another one of those kind of standard ones. Bread making with the Inkvac, I'm definitely going to just lean towards them having the comp advantage just because of how strong that special is, especially on Rainmaker. It's just, you're able to score so many points, especially on Scorch Gorge, where you just walk forwards and the vac walks forward, and then you kind of just got to deal with it from there.
Yeah, I think when you have this very oppressive 96 in their Inkvac, we're seeing Small Fry switch up to the Luna here, and we are also missing Riding is gone once again.
Riding. Uh-oh. Well, we'll be back real quick, back in the game, but that gives us a little bit of a respite to kind of talk about that Luna switch. Weapon that we've been seeing fairly often nowadays, now that S-Blast is kind of gone. Not as much as the vanilla blaster, but it's definitely getting some time in the sun here with players like Acing and like I'm assuming Argo playing it. I don't know.
I think that's Argo, yeah, because Homengus is on the 96.
Yeah. So probably we figured out who the players are eventually. But Argo on the blaster. I mean, like we've seen Noctis as well playing it. I mean, Noctis always plays it, but it's really good, especially after the 11.0 hitbox changes. Really interesting to see, especially with that Fizzy Hammer kit.
Yeah, I mean, like it occupies a really interesting frontline niche that allows it to be both like really like rampantly aggressive, like maybe like the like something like Sploosh would be, but it also like plays a little bit into the sharking stuff that Carbon does. So it kind of does like a little bit of both in that aspect here. It also has the wonderful AoE benefits that blasters have. It excels really well in tower control. It excels in maps like, like Mako Martin, like it's a home turf, Flounder Heights, even though that is barely seen in this day and age.
Yeah, I mean, what's it called? The weapon has become so much better. We've also been playing tighter maps, more cover. We were touching on it a little bit in the Winter Semi set, where it has more niche, or at least it has more niches now, just in terms of like what it can do. Because not that Fizzy has gotten better, but Fizzy's also, people remember that, oh yeah, this thing has Fizzy and Ultra Stamp, two things that are insanely strong. Ultra Stamp may have gotten nerfed recently, but Fizzy Bomb's still as good as it was. It paints incredibly well, and if you play Luna, and you don't die, if you don't like constantly feed, then you can get a pretty solid amount of Ultra Stamps in.
Yeah, and then when you can have like a stamp, like having a stamp is good for just like keeping yourself in spaces, or you can try and like contest more space by going for the throw. It's a really versatile special if you can actually maneuver it really properly here, because it kind of takes a little bit of finesse to make it work. It's now match point for bread making if they beat Vehemence right here and now. They have their tickets punched to grand finals. I think Fling King is on a vanilla Dynamo this time around, and I think that's Inca Cola on custom blaster. Yeah, Inca Cola is on custom blaster this time around.
Okay, so we're opting for the tactical instead of the Zap. Phoenix going back to that decal. Really like the switch up for bread making here. I think it's going to work out fairly well. Provide some more flexibility in terms of like who can get aggressive and where, as well as the stability from the bubble with the decab is always appreciated. But it doesn't really matter much as the rest of Vehemence just kind of walks forward, shreds the bubble. The Vac isn't going to get much use out of it either, as Vehemence they're knocking on this checkpoint. Inca Cola is able to find one more as Flinking, I think, goes down. Argo ends up dropping before the checkpoint as well, and now Vehemence, they have a pretty solid opportunity to just get a really good early lead.
Definitely so, as it's only Flinking and Phoenix on the field right now, and Phoenix is very low. They're going down to Muffin with the Rainmaker, and Flinking's trying to go for the snipe, but they get shut down by, once again, Muffin with the Rainmaker here. They push the lead to 32, and that's a very strong start for Vehemence, and right now I think we're seeing Bread Making trying to clear up their own plats as well as their elbow, as Phoenix is in control of the Rainmaker this time. We're also seeing Argo have the Argo has a hammer ready to go here. We're also seeing Homengus have the Vac ready to pop. I think Argo has already popped their hammer. The Vac has been popped by Homengus here. Unfortunately, Argo goes down. Phoenix is taking some heavy fire. They're being forced to drop into the pits here. It's a little bit of a lockout right now, as Vehemence has just kept total tabs on Phoenix right now.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix isn't really able to move with Muffin just kind of staring at them. Even though Inca Cola does end up going down here, nobody else from Bread Making is really able to walk into mid. I mean, eventually Homengus is, and Argo's able to find a pick onto Risu, but it's still like not looking very good. There's Phoenix going down. Inca Cola finds a pick, and now Vehemence, they still have some pretty solid control of mid, and Bread Making just have to back off. Thankfully, they do have the tactical where they're close to that ink back as well, and they'll probably get an Ultra Stamp soon.
They will get that stamp soon, and they already have a Vac ready to pop here. I think we can really just kind of like start something with both the stamp and the Vac in tandem, as now Argo's popped the stamp and Homengus has popped the Vac. But I think once again Argo getting shut down before any kind of value can be found here, and Phoenix able to get rid of the Rainmaker before going down to Risu. A splashdown has been popped by Inca Cola, not getting rid of Argo just yet here. This Rainmaker has not seen the light of anyone's elbow of the location in any within the last couple seconds, within the last couple 10 seconds.
It really has not moved from the pit here. Phoenix tries to go for the pickup again, but Risu just looks to stall it just a little bit more. Just pick it up, kind of force the repop instead of letting it reset. And I mean, Vehemence, they're playing Rainmaker incredibly well right now. Just kind of preventing Bread Making from really doing anything. Risu on the Shark as well isn't able to find anything, but forces the big bubble pop relatively early. The Ultra Stamp comes through, not going to find anything, but the jump is going to be camped. And I mean, now Bread Making, they got points on the board, they've got the checkpoint as well. And with 3 players down and close to another Ink Vac and Tactical Lure, this is where they can start maybe thinking about taking that lead.
Yes, and also Homengus has the Vac here, and Flinking is sending it forward. Argo is getting it, and they are paving out an orange brick road. But the Rainmaker does go down, but they've taken so much space. Are they going to get the pop right now here? It's an all-out pop-off here, and Argo has popped the hammer to at least assist in the pop. Will anyone get the Rainmaker to the final pedestal? It's running out of time here. Argo has gone down. Flinking is low on health. Phoenix is very far away from the action here. It's only Phoenix right now, and all sights are set on them. As the Rainmaker resets, Phoenix has gone down. The damage, though, has been dealt, as Vehemence are in a do-or-die scenario.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where you have such a massive lead and such a difficult place to push. You might just opt to pick up the Rainmaker eventually once Vehemence, if Vehemence at this point, break into mid as Phoenix is behind Muffin, and there's the Rainmaker picked up. You can just run it down to the pit, prevent anybody from really reaching it. And now, I mean, Vehemence, they have to either ignore the Rainmaker if the timing is up, or with Risu's flank, find that pick, get the repop, and get that Rainmaker out of there quickly.
But it's a 3-step procedure here. They did get the pick, but now they need to get the repop here. And it's already looking like time is running short, and the Rainmaker is still in its bubble here. There's going to be 10 seconds left, and then overtime. The bubble is, I think, popped. Someone needs to pick it up, and now it's time for the 3rd step. Move forward fast, and Risu is clearing the board to allow Vehemence to start this. Overtime is on.
Oh, there we go, but Vehemence, they're still not super comfortable with moving up past mid, just trying to clear out every nook and cranny, just able to kind of walk forwards. 2 players are down, though. It's both the front lines. It's just Riding and Muffin left standing. And those who are just trying to play the stability game for the rest of the team to kind of come back in full numbers with 3 specials, though, bread making, they have a pretty easy overtime path set, pop the big bubbler stall a little bit, and just with the hammer throw coming through, I think, they're able to
Yeah.
get the eventual pick onto Rainmaker. They put themselves into grand finals, and they take that set over Vehemence 3-1.
They send the Hail Mary hammer to end the overtime here. So very, very decisive Rainmaker match here between Vehement and once again, laissez lever la patte pendant 2 heures à température ambiante. They have their tickets punched to grand finals. They can take a very well-earned rest after these very close games and very close sets here. As Vehemence are now dropped to losers bracket, they are waiting at the end. Maybe this is now the moment for Epitaph to get the run back. We'll just have to see.
We'd have to take a look at the lower bracket to kind of see how things are unfolding there. It looks like Epitaph is in the lower bracket semis waiting for Ben gets in the backpack and Uprising to finish their set. They are currently 1-1. And winner of that set has to play Vehemence for a spot in grand finals. Very curious to see how that goes. But, you know, I want to highlight again, very solid switch up for bread making to go back to the cooler Dynamo, Phoenix on the big bubbler for some stability, and just extra playmaking with Rainmaker. You always appreciate that, as well as just cutting through the back. Very, very well done. They adapted incredibly well throughout the set.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been seeing a lot of easy MD lately between In the Zone and Global Gauntlet Rewound, and I've been seeing Phoenix just a lot on Zap, and, like, seeing them on a sword where normally it would be Silver's position, it's a sight, it's a very refreshing sight to see Phoenix be the aggressive one for once, and I'm glad that Phoenix was able to let loose a bit in this final game on the set.
Yeah, but with that being said, the final game for us, and final set for us, our block is over, so before we head out, Frostix, it's been fantastic working with you again. Where can the lovely people in chat find you?
Of course, you can find me, my Blue Sky below at frostix.bluesky.social. You can find me on twitter.com at tk_frostix. And my YouTube channel, just Frostix. Something is on the horizon. And also, slight plug to the IPL YouTube channel, where Global Gauntlet Rewound is starting to roll out. I am already in 1 episode, and I'm going to be on another one that will probably drop later on today.
Ooh, that sounds pretty neat. I can't wait to see some of those coming out. You can find me just about anywhere at Signakari, like you see at the bottom of your screen, whether that's Blue Sky, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, all that kind of stuff. Huge shout out to Ryan, as well as Slat and Moku, who I believe are commentating right after us. They'll be with you after this break.
Yes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 367. I am Sletica. I am here with Moku. We are hopping right into loser semifinals. I'm trying to make the stream bigger. There we go. Moku, take over.
That's the funny number. Here we are, folks. Paddling Pool 367. It's finally happening. We are in mid right now, fighting for the tower on a cursed map and mode. I don't know if this was a counter pick or something Paddling Pool selected, but fair enough, either way. We've got, what are the teams? Epitaph and Ben Climbs in the backpack? What is this, Banjo-Kazooie? Which, I love that game, by the way.
We see Epitaph immediately getting to the first checkpoint here with 30 seconds in. They're doing a great job at dominating mid and pushing forward. Oh, we see the heavy edit go down there as both teams are about 2 down and the tower's getting reset back to mid.
Oh, you love this interaction over here with the slosher and who was down there? That's just, yeah, this kind of interaction over here with the crab now is really sticky because you can't get down there, so you just have to retreat and go back around. Now we got the GG strikes coming out, which is great to see, honestly. We love the strikes as we have size neutrality for both teams. And a wipeout going for Ben Climbs in the backpack.
That was an excellent wipe from Epitaph there. Yeah, Epitaph,
right.
yeah. No worries. Epitaph doing a great job at keeping Ben Climbs in the backpack just back. Not letting them do anything. We see Yoshi here with the dualies. They're pushing forward, trying to see if they can get any picks. They pop the crab here. Let's see if they can get the head it.
Can't seem to get the head it. The head it is way too low across, like, against the wall for the crab to do anything. We've got the splashdown. They are just advancing towards that final checkpoint. Ben will have to do something miraculous to stop this push, and it doesn't seem like anything's going to stop Epitaph from taking this first win.
Alright, okay, good. I'm not gonna lie.
It's gotta be a reference to either Banjo-Kazooie or that one meme all the way, like, eons ago when Pokemon Sun and Moon came out. Get in the bag, Nebby.
I'm unsure. It could be either of those. I'm gonna be real. I was so caught off guard that we jumped right in that my brain needed that mental reset of the map, the game finishing. So I'm here now. We see Epitaph doing an amazing job getting a wipeout early in, which honestly led them to steamroll through Ben Climbs in the backpack.
Yeah, it was definitely a steamroll. You've got Crab. You've got, what else do you have? You have Headit. You've got Wiper. You got Splashdown. You have a whole team, a whole comp that is built for steamrolling, bulldozing even. How do you combat that?
Well, maybe they weren't prepared to combat it quite yet, because as we can see, they just kind of got steamrolled. Then again, Manta Maria is one of those maps that it's kind of easy to just steamroll on. Every time I commentate a Manta Maria map, it almost feels like it's always a knockout. I think it's just the way the map is laid out. It's what happens. Up next, though, we do have Clam Blitz on Museum, a classic Clam Blitz map, one of my personal favorites, actually. How do you feel about this map, Moku?
2 words. Even though this team's not here right now, I'm gonna throw this stray anyway. Blank's cheese.
Oh,
another two words.
Educated. I don't know what that means.
2 words. TZS cheese. Okay, so Blank is a team, a European team. They love the cheese on this map. If you leave them alone for any second, they'll just get the drop on you. Like, they'll sneak somebody in, then they'll start super jumping clams, and it's really downhill from there. But we don't have Blanks in this battle. No, we've got 2 unrelated teams. See how much cheese they bring to us.
We've got a pencil on the side of Ben Climbs with the backpack for their backline as well. Skittles still on the heavy edit. Somebody on the side of Epitaph, 3 people on the side of Epitaph immediately go down.
What is going on? Already, we got 3 down on the side of Epitaph. Seems like Ben Climbs in the basket is already trying to pull a miracle here. We've already got 7 clams on 12, actually, but no balls yet. Like, somebody's gonna throw no sweat something when the time's right.
Ben Climbs in the backpack does end up going 2 down and pushed back into mid. Epitaph did get caught off guard, but it seems like they are like picking it back up the pace and trying to get back into mid. We see Acing here, jumps in, but immediately has to jump back out because of that strike there. We see No Sweat does have a ball made now, just waiting to push in, but they are alone with all 4 members of Epitaph chasing them down, Moku.
It seems as though Epitaph now has blanks cheese that did not work. Even though they're not blanks, that cheese did not work because they had already just dunked on them, and now they gotta come back and defend. Yoshi here. I don't know what Yoshi's planning. I feel like they're scheming something.
Maybe they're holding off. They were going to hold off some jumps before they were pushed back out. But I will say, getting 61 points down within a minute and a half of the game is really impressive from Epitaph here. If I'm Ben Clams in the backpack, I want to get some clams as quick as possible and retake mid.
I would want to do the same thing, but we've already got one down on the side of Ben. Acing has cooler. They're going to go for it. I think they're going to take the slam and just go right for the basket right after this person gets down. They could just run it in. What are we doing? What do you see? Hammer gets I feel like we didn't take our opportunity here. What do you think?
Well, honestly, we do have 3 balls out, although 2 of them are about to despawn. They honestly had a good push there, but Bandit Climbs in the backpack does eventually end up taking control of mid and pushing them back out again, which is good because Epitaph already has a good lead on them. They don't want that lead to be any further. As No Sweat once again has a ball and they are pushing into Epitaph's base. Let's see if they can get the ball in here.
Doesn't seem like they can. There's a strong defense on the side of Epitaph, and No Sweat will have to find a way in. Like, maybe we can sneak them in, maybe we can get cheese, but I don't think there's any cheese here to pull. I think it's just a game of patience and who goes down first, because we've got status neutrality for both teams right now.
Ooh, we see the tri-strikes come out alongside with the splashdown and the cooler. Ben Climbs the backpack is using every special available to them just to get into the Epitaph space, and it's not quite working out in their favor. We see a couple members of Ben Climbs the backpack having to jump back to their base, giving Epitaph the chance to retake mid and push back into their spawn with 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock.
Well, we've got map control for Epitaph as 2 of them go down, excuse me. We've got size advantage for just long enough for Ben to make that push, but who knows how long they're going to have a push for. Seems like No Sweat is keeping their patience, but I really do feel like they would benefit from getting a little bit closer, maybe passing the ball to a frontliner.
I think what they're trying to do here, Moku, is I think they're trying to get enough space to where they could get the ball in and then just sit and get clams in. Because with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, that's all the really chance they have to take the game here. Because if they don't, they get knocked out and then don't move on. So, honestly, I see why they're trying to play patient and push in together.
I guess it's just the inner brush in me that makes me want to just go for it, because I'll just, like, I kid you not, I will just open fire with Whale and then rush in. Like, I'm pretty sure anybody's battle with me, I'm over here like, I'm right when I'm doing it, and sometimes it works.
Hey, sometimes it works, and hey, especially on a museum, I feel like museum's a great map for brush and weapons like that. We see No Sweat pop out the tactical once again for their team. With 36 left, this is probably their last push here, Moku. And if they can't get this ball in, I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's really coming down to the wire here. They will have to go now or never. I feel like No Sweat will either have to pass this to a frontliner or rush it in themselves, because there's not a whole lot more time to waste here. And overtime does not last long in Flam Blitz at all. They will have to go right in there, and there we go. Now we're just going to see if we can keep up the push, but it seems like the push is dead. No Sweat only has just a little bit of time to rush it in. I know they've got 2 on them right now, but it's really now or never, which I guess never is the answer. And look at that little rat here, so just decided to jump up right next to them. Crazy.
With that,
I mean, that's a compliment, by the way. I like rat.
Absolutely,
cool.
absolutely. And with that, Epitaph goes on to your grand finals alongside, was it Breadmaker? What was it? I was just watching it. It was a long French name and then Breadmakers, I think. Which honestly, phenomenal job from both teams here. Epitaph doing a great job at keeping Ben Climbs to the backpack locked out. But even then, Ben Climbs to the backpack was able to get in and get at least a push started, which is really impressive. Instead of being locked out the entire game, they did get something, and that is not anything to scoff at.
Well, you're absolutely right. Because the whole time I was thinking, well, they're playing really patient, but it may be a little bit too patient. I thought they weren't going to get anything in. So to see that they had a chance at the end was really nice to see. You get down to 77 points, but your push is already dead because Epitaph has amazing defense on their team. There is such a thing as being too glued together, and I don't think it was as bad as... It's not bad at all, it's just one of those things where it's like, if you're clustered too much, you could end up getting triples without meaning to. Like, you find
Also,
one teammate, then the other one's right there.
Real quick update. It said losers bracket finals on the stream, but that was actually semis. So we're actually going into loser bracket finals now. So Epitaph is moving forward to losers bracket finals. My bad. So,
Hey, Slut.
gosh, I'm having.
You want some?
Hey, what's up,
You want
Moko?
some? You want some context for the GIF over by the left side of me?
Sure, I would love some context.
Yoshi God ended up losing $20 in grands at Anarchy Nova 2. I
Is
was
that,
there off to the side. I'm not in the video, but I was off to the side. Yoshi's,
is that
not Yoshi.
is that them
Topic,
handing the $20 over? That's really funny.
To Topic, yes. Topic won the bet.
that's really funny. I didn't know about that.
You just see the winners back there in a group hug. But look at the TVs though. And for a while, Anarchy Nova was the only venue with TVs, and I think it still is. I don't know what's going on, but
the chair setups look really comfortable. Like, I'm kind of jealous that I can't go to Anarchy Nova. Go to Anarchy Nova, support your local lands, support your local lands now.
oh, I will tell you, those chairs are really comfortable. You do tend to sink down in them, so and it does involve a lot of moving around if you're not in the same station, battle to battle. I will tell you, looking up the TVs. Looking up at the TVs
right now.
Oh, okay. Looking up at the TVs is a bit of it's a game changer. That's why many people have come up with the low screen resolution meta.
So, like, because of where you're sitting, do you have to, like, look up at the TV while you're playing? Because it kind of looks like you do, depending on how tall you are. Oh,
you absolutely
that might be rough.
do. But
I'd feel so small.
You can also use a handheld setup. I was the only person at Anarchy Nova to use a handheld stick setup for my brush.
oh wow. How'd you end up doing?
I did better than when I play on the TVs. It's not even the TV's fault, it's just I do not play well on Pro Controller like I do with handheld.
That's fair. I mean, I've been hearing more of just, like, people... I feel like we need to support the handheld scene more at LANs, because we don't see it that often, and we have more people coming out to play when we do. And honestly, I just want to see that... I want to see more people come to LANs and play. And if that means we do handheld support, let's do handheld support. Do I know how challenging it is? No. I'm just word vomiting here. It could probably be really hard to set up, but I don't know. But if it isn't, what are we doing, chat? Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And yes, unfortunately, I do think that is dude hitting the 6-7.
Yeah, that is.
When did that happen? When did that happen?
I don't even know. When did that happen?
Little...
Chat, can we have context?
Yeah, do we have any context to when that happened?
My turkey is making weird noises. It's like I move and then it, like...
Octofest. Thank you, Joe Ryan. It was during Octofest.
Thank you, Ryan. Octofest. Cool. I've heard great things about Octofest. Yeah, I know I'm kind of sounding like sarcastic. I really want to go to Octofest. My whole dream is to go to every LAN ever at least once in my life. The only
Okay,
issue
that's a
is
good goal.
the only issue, and I don't mean issue as in bad, but more like it's a good problem to have because it's such a good thing to see. When I made this stream, when I put it out into the world, you know what happened? Everyone started making lands, and I'm over here like, this is gonna take me 50 years.
The problem with me is it's just so expensive. Like, I mean, I could like I was talking about earlier, I could do Sea Battle, but I would have to know when it's about to happen, talk to my aunt, crash with her, and then plan to take the ferry with enough time to still make it to the event on time. Which I am planning on moving out of the state soon and moving further towards the eastern coast of the states. So, I mean, hopefully I'll be able to go to more lands next year, but I think this year is an online year for Slatica.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna be real, title. It's because of capitalism. Everything goes up in prices. You just gotta shop. Here, I'm gonna give you guys some plane ticket tips because I've gotten some pretty cheap ones. First of all, you need to shop to fly on days that most people don't fly on. I don't know why, but the prices are lower on those days. And not even if you're flying out on yes, book on Tuesdays. Thank you so much, Ryan. Book on a Tuesday. That is something that my mom taught me and has been so helpful for me flying to LTC and after 6 a.m. Exactly. Going to LTC and Riptide last year, I booked on a Tuesday, and that's the cheapest flight I got. Then again, I flew out of my city, which is a smaller airport, so it was expensive. Oh, Thursday, Wednesday are cheaper to fly out on, right? That's why I try to fly in to land. Yes. So I try to fly into lands either the day before or 2 days before because it just works. Also, I believe if you fly out on a Tuesday as well, like if you say you're going to a land and it ends on Sunday. I've had pretty expensive flights out on Mondays. Monday-ish. Okay, yeah. Because I remember... Yeah. Well, I don't know. Wait, Red Eye? I love this conversation we're having, Joe Ryan.
The only issue
real,
is
but
that...
who wants to fly out that early?
The only issue...
True. What's up, Moku?
The only issue with me is just most lands take place on a weekend. You said book on a Tuesday. Oh, wait a minute. No. That's...
No, you book... No, you
book
the flight
on a Tuesday, but you don't
to fly out on
Tuesday.
Thursday. To fly out on
yeah.
Thursday. That way, it's like for Riptide example, is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You get there a day like the night before, the evening before the event. You check into your hotel. You wake up, and then it's land time, baby. It's excellent. That's what I did for both LTC 2024 and Riptide 2025. Was I flew in on Thursday, and then I just did the land. Phenomenal time. It's always worth it, especially the bigger ones. Most people go to like the bigger ones because they can only afford one trip. But also then again, the past couple years, there's only been a couple lands. Whereas now we've got like them popping up all over the place. Like, my goodness, we need more lands though. That's not enough.
I think the next land after Don't Flounder the Function, I think I would go out to Arizona and meet some friends out in meet some friends at Sunset Surge. Which
I want to go to Sunset Surge so bad.
I love the people over there. I'm in the online server. It's just an amazing community. I consider it my home community, away from home, but that makes sense. I really want to meet them. And you know how I want to do it? I want to just like tell one person only, maybe 2 people only, just so I can get in. And then just let my presence just be a whole surprise. Be like, who is this person? And then I just start opening my mouth and they're like, Bogo!
That's how you gotta do it. I mean,
I gotta do it. I hope I remember to clip this and stuff it.
I like to be annoying and let everyone know that I'm going, so all of my friends know that they get a big slat hug coming their way. If you're a hugger and you like hugs, look out.
People can tell you that. People can tell you that if I'm giving a hug to somebody I really deem a friend, they're getting picked up. Like, I'll hug, like, have you ever hugged someone so much or been hugged by someone so tightly that they just pick you up off the floor?
Oh, well, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm a more heavy-set guy, so no. Not many people could pick me up. I've picked people up. Oh my god, title said slat attack. That's exactly what it is. Do you pick people up, Moku? People can't physically pick me up because I'm just a heavier guy. But
I have without meaning to. It's like
you just get so excited.
pick
You're
up
like, come here! What?
Yeah, it's like you go and pick up a cat. It's like you cat's like no. Yeah, but not I don't know that. It's kind of like, you know, what happens is that I end up just that's it. Like, feet off the floor like a couple seconds. That's it. But I don't even mean to do that. It's like that's when you know that, hey, I trust you. But if you don't want me doing that, just be all like, Moku, stop.
Or you could be like,
if you don't want that.
you could be like Ravioli, on Black King Squid Burger, and have on your lanyard saying, hugs welcome, and people just come up and hug you. Shout out Rav. All right, it looks like we're about to hop into our next set, which is Losers Finals Vehement versus Epitaph. Both very fun words to say. We're going to Tower Control Mako Mart first. Can I be honest? Until Ship-Shape Cargo Coast Splatzones came out, Tower Control Mako Mart was my favorite map mode combination. I like the ability for both teams to defend and attack each checkpoint on this map, as well as I'm a big fan of Mako Mart. Maybe it's because I worked in the retail industry for a year and a half and I can relate, but what about you, Moku?
This map mode is actually kind of cursed for me as a brush, but it's actually really fun on some days, so it's not the worst map, it's actually pretty good. I would heavily prefer this over Rainmaker and Clam Blitz, because I've done this last time.
On this map. Oh my
I'm
gosh.
I'm gonna ask everybody in the chat to just gather around as I tell y'all a little story from a little book here and open it up. Once upon a time, there was a map and mode called Clam Blitz on Mako. It was just a hallway. The end. Slams the book
It was
shut.
just a hallway. It was just a hallway.
Yeah, it's just the hallway. It's
just a straight line.
All you're doing is checking people for hall passes. That's all you're doing.
That's so real, but as we hop... we have a disconnect on the side of, I believe, Vaminance here. Yeah, we have a disconnect. We love Splatoon. I'm assuming we're hitting that reset.
$20 a year.
$20 a year. Well, $50 a year if you're saucy.
Are they just going for it?
No, it looks like they're waiting for the game. Yeah, they're waiting to end the game.
Those two are just rushing out there like, where's our team? like, come on.
Shout out the Persona 3 Reload music, by the way. I'm loving this.
Let me turn up my... Oh, this is goated.
Exactly. If it's Joe Ryan picking the music, Joe Ryan got taste.
Exactly.
It's a randomizer. Oh, bet. Well, it's good music. Joe Ryan, you could have just taken it. You could have been like, yeah, I did all this. You could have taken the credit and been like, I have good music taste. I'll have it downloaded. Exactly.
I'll help in your case.
Well, I think we're hopping back in the game now. So let's try again. All right, we have everyone here, both Epitaph and... Is it Feminines? Am I saying that right? Somebody please correct me. I hope I'm saying the word correctly.
I think it's Vehement. Like, I'm vehemently going to win using my 52 gal meta, even though there's no 52 gal on Epitaph or... No, never mind. I was right. They have it on Vehemence. That's Slim Shady. Me and Optical Drop remember him.
Vehement's immediately covering their map with most of their color, doing a great job at taking mid here, knocking Epitaph 2 down immediately within 20 seconds of the map. We see Yoshi here just trying to push in, ends up having to jump out to not get killed. So they're just gonna push back out, hopefully stopping them from taking this first checkpoint.
I'm not really liking it for Epitaph right now because Vehemence has the well, how do I even word it? So much is happening. They collapsed in on Epitaph with the range. We have Riding on the V Heavy. We've got 52 Gal. We got Pencil. And we got Blaster. That is a strong and fast comp against Epitaph's comp. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a great job at just keeping them locked out and pushing through. They get fast to the checkpoint, make it to the second, end up having to jump off, but they're still pushing it forward here. Sfeel going crazy on the Pencil, trying not to die as they get flanked from behind. Still break through the checkpoint somehow.
What was that? What
I have
did
no
I
idea
just
what that
see?
was.
Yoshi! What was that strat? Just came out from the top rope from the Inkwell. That is a new strat that I am downloading into my brain as a brush. I will just use that from now on. Thank you so much. Now we've got the advantage for Epitaph.
Which, I mean, 2 checkpoints, getting to the 3rd checkpoint is a really good lead for Epitaph. I mean, sorry, for Venom. Oh my goodness, my words are not wording today. Regardless, they have a pretty good lead that Epitaph really just has to try to push through as fast as possible. Then again, they do still have 3 minutes, and Vehement's purple team is 3. Mo can take over.
I really do feel like Epitaph was in the lead. Well, not in the lead, but they had the advantage. They still have map control, and I'm hearing the hammer come out on the side of Epitaph. They don't get anybody with it. But now we've got Crab, now we got Headit. Both of them are working together to keep Behemoths on the back foot here. I really do think they have a chance to take the lead swap, but do they have the chance to win? We see some aura farming down here, folks.
I looked it up. It's Vehemence. It's Vehemence. All right. Vehemence and Epitaph. All right. Epitaph pushes it down to 30, which is a really good push, and they're still going. We see the hammer come out. Honestly, they could take the lead here.
Whoa! Just one person left. Just one Inkling standing, and it was the Pencil and it's Spiel. Is that Frostic? That'd be funny if it was, actually. That'd be funny if that was Frostic. Because both of them are
the
Spiels.
tower is resetting back to mid with 2 minutes left on the board. Honestly, Epitaph has to hop in and get that tower moving again so they can take the lead with Vehemence. Honestly, they have a really good hold here.
They actually do. Even though the scores are really close here, we've got Skittles on the Headit. I feel like if I was Headit, I would want to go to a higher place, and that's what we're going to do, but that Pencil's going to make things a little bit difficult. Pencil's got a little bit more range, and they can snipe just about anybody without even looking at the target if they're good enough. And it's just in general. We got what we have here. We got stack control, which is pretty good for Epitaph. You control the stack, you control the map. That's what I always say.
Exactly. Well, Epitaph is once again going to try to push forward to that final checkpoint there to get the lead, but is once again stopped by Vehemence. Oh, we see the crowd come out to push them back a little bit, but we do have 2 members on the side of the alley trying to sneak in. Oh, but the hammer comes out and takes down at least 1. Maybe 2, no, but Sfeel is able to get away. Honestly, it's just a bloodbath right now. Both teams are trying to stop each other from getting on that tower.
It's a whole sea of purple for Vehemence right now. It's hard for me to pronounce that name. We've got Wiper going down, we have Acing going down, Slim Shady is standing until they go down, Skittles is holding it down out here. There's a lot of things going on with Flashdown.
Here, Moko, I got you. It's Vehemence. Just say that really fast. Vehemence.
Vehemence.
But yes, Vehemence. And mint, like mince meat
Vehemence
are everyone's favorite map.
Vehemence.
Well, if you keep saying it, it's not going to sound like a word anymore. Wait, it already doesn't. Well, Epitaph is once again on the tower, going into overtime. They need to just stay on the tower as much as possible here so they can take the lead. They're starting to take those points down. We see the splashdown come out, and they get a wipeout on Vehemence. I was trying not to get excited, but I got excited anyways, because, oh my goodness. I'm about to get executed by Jiraiya, and I was told to be chill, but I got excited. Oh no.
Nah, it's alright to let the hype out a little bit every now and again.
That was an amazing wipeout. That was a good overtime from Epitaph here, making our set 1-1. I'm sorry, guys. I can't help it. I see something hype. I kind of gotta freak out a bit. That was a really hype.
I would do the same, but my mom's home, and I have to remember she can hear me. I hate that she can hear me, but here we are.
Guys, but the reason I'm saving my energy is because I have another set directly after this, and I need to save my energy for that one. Because of what it is, no spoilers.
Look at that. Oh, look at what they've done here. You see that? They just dropped down on the field. What was that ink rail meta? Unbelievable. That was really smart. Right, well, oh yeah, the global gauntlet thing we were talking about.
Yes. Doing global gauntlet reround. No. Don't worry. I've got the meds on standby and the caffeine on standby. I'll be fine. As I calm myself back down, why don't you tell the lovely people about how much you love Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track?
It's cursed.
Ooh, we're going immediately into the game. Me personally, I think it feels really like it's split into two halves, and it really is at the checkpoint. If you do take that checkpoint on the top and bottom of the map, whether it be, okay, in this case, left for yellow, right for blue, or no, I guess it's left for both teams. Once you get there, it's like, okay, now we have another straightaway to get into.
I thought that Vehemence was going to get the first spot, but apparently that went to Epitaph, because Vehemence just has more FPS. Unless somebody's got Object Shredder on the other team, Spiel is running for it, but gets taken down by at least 2 other members on Epitaph. We've got a nice trade happening in the right pit. Epitaph is in the lead. Well, not in the lead right now. It's Vehemence in the lead, but we've got an unlucky camera thrown at us. We love to see it.
Honestly, pretty good starting push here from Vehemence, but Epitaph immediately counterplaying with immediately pushing back in. They're doing a great job at pushing Vehemence back into their base. Honestly, they might take the checkpoint here. Japan Spy comes in and does a splashdown trying to get a pick, but isn't able to. As they push in, they take the lead and take the checkpoint before going down.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was really worth it to do, because now you're at Sias's advantage with 2 versus 3. You at least had a 1v3 happening while somebody was still alive in the pit down there. It was a good... Yeah, this is a rat blaster, which, you know, that works in your advantage. But sometimes when you go and get the dunk, sometimes it's just not worth it to do that, would you say?
It looks like Vehemence is going to let the Rainmaker reset so they can try to do a full push from mid here. They're going to get pop, and it looks like they're going to take their chance here to push forward. But one does go on the side of Vehemence before they start this push, so I don't know. The 2 go down, so I don't think they're going to try to start this push just yet, as Epitaph comes out to take control of mid once again.
It looked like there was a clear way forward for Vehemence, but Epitaph came rushing out and saying, no, you can't set up your campsite here. Your s'mores cannot be eaten and cooked here.
Both of these
that
teams
resulted in a
are
wipeout.
Very, very aggressive, which I love to see in losers bracket finals here. We see Vehemence get the checkpoint, so both teams are at a standstill. Honestly, Vehemence can very easily take the lead here if they just pick up right now and push it forward just a little bit, which they might try to do here. We've got Rioting. Rioting. They pick it up and immediately push forward just a little bit, securing them the lead. Not a very strong one, but the lead nonetheless.
Leaving Spiel all alone on the field, almost getting taken out by the hitbox on that thing. I've gotta say, they've got Rainmaker. Feels like there's, for as uniform as we are, it feels like there's a fair amount of staggering on both teams, which is to be expected in a kind of battle like this, where everything's fighting on loser's bracket. Like, you want to get into grand finals. But, I've gotta say... What? It's Seed 1 versus Seed 5 right now, I think.
Which one is Seed 1?
Epitaph.
Oh, gotcha. Well, honestly, both the seeds are pretty strong here because they're both going neck and neck. It's Epitaph's turn once again to push forward with the Rainmaker. Vehemence didn't get that good of a push, so honestly, this might be where Epitaph takes the lead because honestly, all they have to do is push a little further, and they just keep going, knocking at 20 points lower than Vehemence's former score. And with a minute and a half, they pushed it even further! They're pushing it even further! What the heck?
They got pushed off the thing, but they're at 5 points! Oh my gosh, and Slim Shady getting 2, right in the middle of everything. What a real Slim Shady! Please stand up!
that was an amazing push. Unfortunately, getting pushed off the ledge last second. But Epitaph has a really strong lead here with a minute left that, honestly, Vehemence, if they want to take the game here and not get knocked out, they need to hop in and go right here, right now.
They will. It's now or never because we are at less than a minute left in this battle. Slim Shady is painting up for their team. We've got the Blaster. That Blaster is a rat. I love rats. At least in Splatoon. And the animal. But like, Skittles is being left to fend for the checkpoint, and it seems like they go down to Spiel. He's trying to take this back for their team.
On Spiel.
We're going for it, and we stopped short of the checkpoint.
But Epitaph is still 3 down, so they can pick up back here and stake the lead.
Wait, whoa! They just have to knock out now to win.
But they don't even have to do that.
They could pull you see, if they held on to it, they could have just pulled a Lavaka against Moonlight. You know.
Oh, we don't need to talk about that. We don't. Oh my gosh, I was there, and let me tell you, it was loud. Everyone was loud and proud about how they felt about that. Honestly, Epitaph really needs to push forward now because that overtime timer looks like it lasts a long time, but it really doesn't. They need to start pushing now if they want to get, because they have to get it on that checkpoint to win right now, and they're not. They don't have a chance to push in because of these whales, or Vehemence is not letting them in at all.
No, Vehemence has this crazy defense, and that results in a loss of the Rainmaker and a win for Vehemence.
Which brings us to a game 3. We love a game 3. Wow, I'm
game 3 anyway.
Doing a great job at not getting hyped, but what can I say? These are some really hyped sets that are happening right now.
Oh, I'm getting really hyped too, and
it's exciting. These are some really good. Well, both of these teams are fighting tooth and nail to try to get to grand finals, which honestly, every time I hop on the set on the mic, it feels like the sets just get hyper and hyper every time. So it's really exciting to see. Guys, you can chat. You got to tell me to calm down before I give myself an aneurysm.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Don't give yourself an aneurysm on here. That gets you I don't know. I don't know. I was going to joke about that, but please actually do make sure you're taking care of yourself, and please drink a lot of water.
Oh, don't worry, I am. I'm drinking plenty of water. I've gone through 2 bottles already, and I'm starting on my 3rd.
Let's go.
I should probably actually chill out a little bit. I'm drinking too much water, I think. All right, so we take it to game 3 here. Honestly, both teams have, it's pretty much a stalemate here. Whoever takes the next game does bring it to match point. So let's see what happens as we hop right into it. As we're hopping right into it here, it looks like not much has changed on the side of either. Oh, wait, no, we've got 2 backlines on the side of Vehemence? That's an interesting idea. I mean, Crab Lake is one of those maps where you want to have a lot of range. And it does seem like that is the case of what they want to do at Vehemence here, Moku.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And now we're going to see... I had to get up and let my cat in, scratching on the floor.
No worries,
We got size advantage for Vehemence, which is huge. And do we have any comps changes, or is it still the same?
Yes, we do. Vehemence is running a double backline comp right now with the heavy edit and the pencil.
Oh, wow. Alright, yeah. Double backline. Oh, boy. See, I have actually changed my opinion. I thought the double backline comps were more specialized to be slower, but since fighting some in open recently, I remember that they can actually be a little bit faster. I'm not sure how that makes sense, but
both teams kind of at a stalemate here. Although Epitaph has the clams they need to make a ball, both teams are still just fighting over mid at the moment, fighting tooth and nail to see who can get into the other's base first. Within the first minute and 15 seconds left, oh my god, not left, gone through on the map. Honestly, we get, oh my gosh, almost a 3 down from the 52 gal here, which might turn the tides in Epitaph's favor.
Now we've got Zuwarudo out here. Yes, I know. JoJo reference. I think it translates to the world. Japan spy. Out here. Doing her thing. I'm so sorry. My cat is distracting me. Like, he was scratching on the door. Now my ADHD self is over here like, great, now it's gonna take me like 20 million years to get back into focus.
Do you mean to take over?
Nah, it's okay. I mean, you can if you want.
All right, just make a little noise or say something when you're ready to take back in. I got you. As we see here, Slim Shady does have to back up here as they go down immediately. The mid, Epitaph has pretty good control of mid and has a ball ready. They could push in. Honestly, they might wait to get up a special or two before they are ready to push in. Honestly, I think they're just waiting for jumps at the moment here. Pencil, honestly, doing a great job at keeping Vehemence in their base at the moment here. All right, we see the Ultra Stamp come out as the ball does go in. Epitaph gets the ball in. Let's see if they're able to get a couple clams. It looks like they're going to try, but Slim Shady there is the frontline defense of that basket, trying to stop them. Does go down as a couple more clams end up going in the basket. We see Yoshi rush in to try to get more picks so they can get more clams in. Unfortunately, it looks like that's where the push does stop. Hey, not the worst push in the world. They got a clam and they got a ball and a couple clams in. So, and it looks like they're ready to try again here.
Seems like it. Rioting is just going for it, and I've got to say, they've got the clam. They're going to have to go for it, but they're being kept out by Epitaph, which does result in the loss of a ball. We've got Yoshi getting gunned down frame 1. Skittles is in the defensive. Slim Shady going down. Clearly, they're not real Slim Shady if they're not standing up. That's all I gotta say about that.
That is
just gonna aim at the Rainmaker.
Real. Skittles once again having the ball and waiting to push in. They throw the cooler out. It looks like they're going to try to get a push here as the Pencil tries to get a couple more picks out on Rioting, and I cannot read that name that fast. Skittles jumps in and throws the ball in immediately.
The chase! That's something I would expect Blanks to do. We've got the Blanks cheese happening right here, right now. Rioting, getting Zuwardo out of the base.
Doing an amazing job. Honestly, a better second push here from Epitaph as it's Vehemence's turn to try to get some balls in. And it looks like we've got to jump in. We're doing it looks like another blank strat as the ball does go in. They just need 2 or 3, I think 3 clams to take the lead. But unfortunately, they go down there in a wipeout. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this could be either of team's game. All Vehemence has to do is get 1 ball and 3, 4 clams in order to take the lead here. So honestly, they just need to play a bit aggressively, but it looks like Epitaph isn't going to let them. They know that there's only 30 seconds left on the board, so they're going really aggressive here, and it looks like they get another ball in, Moku.
Indeed, they do get another ball, and they take the lead. Epitaph is currently at 37 versus 51. Japan Spy going down. And you think there's going to be any more clams being dunked in? I think so. Yes, there are. They are going to hold that open longer. Yeah, let my cat in now. She's actually to get out.
Looks like we enter overtime here because Vehemence is able to have a ball. Honestly, if they can get this ball in a couple clams, Vehemence can still take the game here. But if they don't push forward now, oh, I don't know. It's actually not looking too good. That overtime timer is ticking down really fast, and Steel is all the way back in their base. They jump in last second. They get the ball in, but the timer ends just as it's about to break the basket, giving Epitaph the win on this game. Whoa, I think that was literally like a millisecond away from opening the basket and continuing the overtime. Shout out, oh my gosh, I need to know if they had stealth jump on, and that's the reason it took so long.
You know what? That can always be the case. Excuse me a second. My cat keeps scratching at the door. Excuse me for a moment.
No worries. I'll keep an eye out. Well, as you can see here, honestly, it took about halfway through the game for Epitaph to even get a ball in. So it was a pretty stalemate match for a majority of the game, but Epitaph really showing their strengths here. I will say that was very heartbreaking at the end where Vehemence did jump in, but just barely didn't break the basket. It had to have been just like a couple milliseconds. Took an extra second to jump after the 52 said this way. And sometimes split decision moments, just sometimes you swing, you hit, or you miss, and it looks like it was a bit of a miss. But still an amazing play from both teams here. And the game is not over yet. We may be at match point, but Vehemence can still take the next 2 games. So we could be seeing a crazy losers bracket here. Finals. Let's say it's Discord's fault for having latency. Real. Absolutely. Well, honestly, still an amazing Clown Blitz for both teams here. And I'm excited to see. Let's see what map we're doing next. We're going to Splat Zone Tacklefish, which, if I may say, fun map. I will say, good for the pencils here because of the glass. And honestly, I could see Vehemence running another double backline here. It didn't seem to work for them on Crab Leg this time around, but it may work this time. We'll have to see. And yeah, hey Moku, what do you think? How do you feel about maybe Vehemence using double backline here on Hagglefish Splat Zones?
I think it could be a good idea to use double backline, but there's also the risk of getting pushed out from your snipe spots, especially if the other team has Whale, Trizuka, any specials that make somebody move. What I think could happen is you could have your one backline, and then you could get like some frontline focused folks out there. It's maybe a midline. That's the comp that I like on paper. It doesn't always work out like that, but that's why this is the bread and butter of Splatoon. It's kind of an equal playing field in terms of terrain and the length. It's not a big hallway. You don't have to check for street passes. Alright, so what we got here? We have the double backline coming back, and we've got the same comp over on Epitaph. I feel like Vehemence might have a kind of advantage here. What do you think?
There's the double backline we were talking about that, honestly, I feel like it's a smart play here because of how long this map is and how much range they can get. We see Slim Shady going for the flank here as Vehemence gets the points down by 10 before they continue pushing the points down. Honestly, this seems like one of those Splat Zones games that are just going to be back and forth. That Splat Zone changing like a disco floor, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Writing is over here on the tent, and we're going to see if we're going to avoid getting pushed out, and they do a lovely job of doing that, but we are going to drop down here with the Wave Breaker. Zuardo coming back in over on their pit. Not getting a pick with that hammer, but clearly some air denial must have happened. I wish I could have seen that. With two already down on the side of Epitaph's field, is in a really good position here. Protected by the cooler, cored up, and yet going down to a Viper, they're back fast.
Honestly, it doesn't seem that double backline is working as in their favor as it could be. I mean, yes, they're still in the lead, but Epitaph is still doing a great job at retaking zone over and over again, so they can now eventually break penalty and start ticking down towards those points to maybe eventually take the lead here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's what's going to happen. We've got the lead switch for Epitaph. I see Japan Spy coming in here trying to get that some space for themselves and their team. So what I think would have to be done, we'd have to get the Splasher Rat out of here, but that's not going to really do much. If we got Splash down, we're going to take the lead for Vehement. Yoshi is trying to find their way out. We've got Crab online. I feel like if I was Crab, I'd want to situate myself. We're a little bit closer. So that's a pretty good space, I think. But I feel like we should get a little bit closer.
Yeah, hey, sometimes you just need to set it up to push it out. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Because Vehemence is at 26 points and counting. And if they don't get in now, it's not going to look very good for Epitaph here.
No, but Epitaph is just rushing back in, steamrolling over the ink, just blowing right through it. We got a nice trade that was supposed to be a jump punish. We got another Crab online, Yoshi. What are we going to do with it?
Honestly, this is a good time to keep the Vehemence back because they don't have a penalty here and they could take the lead here. They just need to hold the zone for a good solid 30-ish seconds. And it looks like that's why they decided to throw the Crab out now. Riding slowly, trying to push forward. Slim Shady trying to go for the flank, but getting caught. And, oh, they still are pushing in. Let's see if they're able to get in here. With 30 ticks left, they could take the lead here if Vehemence doesn't do something.
It seems like we're in a trap of zone neutrality until Epitaph takes back the zone. So they've got Vehemence on the back foot now, taking that lead again. And what I really think is
congratulations to Epitaph to being your loser brackets final and moving on to Grands.
Punching their ticket to Grand Finals. No, I had a whole thing I wanted to say, but then the stream froze, and then my brain cells got taken from me as a penance.
Oh no! Did you wait? Did your train of thought go somewhere else?
Yeah, I kind of derailed.
ooh, piece of candy type situation. Well, as we can see here, very
Yeah.
good playing from both Vehemence and Epitaph here. Did you say Epitaph was our seed number 1?
Yeah, Epitaph was our seed number 1, and they're going to the grand finals. And I'm not shocked by it.
Honestly, they did an amazing job against Epitaph, but it wasn't enough. Epitaph is now going to grand finals with Bread Makers. Normally, this is where we would enter grand finals and me and Moku would be yapping on set. However, I need to go, so the lovely Joe Ryan is going to be doing grand finals with Moku here. Real quick before I head out, you can find me over on Blue Sky at slatica.bsky.social. Also, I now am doing stuff for IPL. I commentate for Dapple Productions IPL. I Splatoon tourney, but I'm also working now behind the scenes with IPL. Look forward to some more weekly inks. Yeah. Oh, what happened to Moku? Oh. Well, with that, we'll be right back with your grand finals here on Paddling Pool 367. Y'all have a good day.
follow me. I'll show you the side of the world, the places that you've never seen. Come follow me. Come follow me. I'll show you the side of yourself, the person that you've always been, but never dreamed.
back to Dapple Productions. We have the Paddling Pool 367, the funny number, and Splat didn't bring me back my fish. It didn't bring me back my fish, and I'm hearing noises outside.
So that might be a cat. And there's a DC. That's Yoshi. Yeah, that's Yoshi. He was expecting a cast to be more energetic for Grant, huh? Now. that was earlier. Today is a mess. We can say that. Because there's been 5 DCs so far today. And a swap comp block, technically, as well, too. So, now with this getting involved with this, and this happens when we stream on 367. And also, at the same time, too, technically, this is right after the LAN championships and Global Gauntlet and NA League. So everyone's tired, but we're still here, and we're still forced here. So, unfortunately enough, there's commentators still alive that are able to do this, like Moku. They have been commentating, and are still commentating, basically. Because this is a weekly. This is not like a major event that has everyone in it, like 32 commentators or 34 commentators. It's a regular weekly event. And now they're back. So, in this scenario, this is why we are doing a more chill cast for Grand Finals. Yeah, Sig and Foss was doing a more hype cast earlier, but like, if we get the game back in like in 2 days, Sig literally just came from the LCS, but they only did one block. They didn't do anything for like 4 to 8 hours. Like, no. They didn't do comedy or stream for like 6 hours. Like, that's the difference between commentators and streamers. Because people like to yap a lot, and they get to yap for only 2 hours. But for us as streamers, we get to stay here for 6 hours. Or 4 hours, technically, as this match is going to lead to. Hi, Moku, welcome back.
Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, so...
My cat will not stop scratching at the door. Even though I have fed him, I've done everything for him, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make it stop.
What you need to do is just bring your cat on stream and pet them on stream. They want attention. Your cat just wants to be
I try giving him attention. I try giving him attention, but he's never happy.
Yeah, that's the cat. That's just use your cat moment. What are you talking about? It's just use your cats. Like, they just want to be petted. Like 1 million times on stream. So that, from what we saw from from what we saw from Lou tonight, with acing, or from the paddling pool, one of the special paddling pools, like, I don't know which one, but with acing's cat on stream, they just want to be petted. Like, every single time. So, that's mostly what this is happening. So, yeah. It's like clamplets. Because the cat just wants to get food. We're going to be seeing just everyone getting clams. Cat. It's just everyone being rats, cats, or like ants. Like, food. Come on, attention.
I'm gonna be driven insane just because of the amount of times this cat has scratched on my door this whole stream. And we are going to get into it. You know what? One of you teams can put me into it. I need to get this energy out. Where's my ink brush? I'll put me in, coach. I'll get one of you guys on bread making to be a commentator for my spot.
Yeah. Imagine there was an ink brush in this one, but technically that team technically got someone eliminated earlier, so they don't have the cats. They don't have that kind of thing anymore. The closest thing they'll have would be World, because even though they are playing like a viper, they are playing like a cat. They're playing like a bat. They do have the viper gameplay right here, but technically the closest you'll have on the other team technically would be the United States guy and would be the Blaster, because technically it is Phoenix and that is going to be from new meta. One of the top players there. So as they're going to be getting the first Flam in, and we're going to be seeing Dynamo coming in as well from Fling Kings, who's playing Dynamo by the way, not Flings for some reason. They're going to be holding on to the first lead.
We've already got size advantage for Epitaph bread making, going down to a size disadvantage with just one left, just long enough so that we're going to make this push on Epitaph, but there's no clam economy. They don't even have a ball to speak of until now, but they're so far back.
Yeah.
And they have to jump out.
Yeah, they do, but look at that.
What kind of bread is bread making? Like, what bread are we making? Is this a crab battle? No, it's not a crab battle, but I thought it was. That would have been cool.
It was close to be a crab battle, honestly, but there's no second crab actually on the other side. You have a vac though, so it would be a vac on crab battle if there was. But also the bread to make it sourdough, by the way. There's no other bread that lets you those prices for 2 hours other than sourdough or something like that. But that'll be a YouTube video for later on. But as we're gonna be looking right now, there is still gonna be a stalemate. It's clam blitz. What do you all see expect for clam blitz?
Already we've got a clam going in for bread making. I really wonder what kind of bread they're making. Just,
It's sourdough.
I only see bread making on TikTok.
Like, it's a sourdough. Like, it was said so many times. It's either sourdough or it could be like white bread or something. Technically, milk bread is a thing as well too, but that doesn't take 3 hours, just like clam blitz is right now, holding on. Like, it's like they're playing football or something like that. As we're seeing finally for that, they're going to be trying to go on the other side as well too. Again, they still have 100 points. They still have 100 ticks to go through as well too. But technically, each ball getting 20 ticks down each time. But if you get a small clam, that's going to be 3 ticks each time going down. But in general though, Aptas has finally got a push opportunity. But in general though, again, it takes a while.
It really does, and we could have just gone up and with the clams, but we're gonna wait a little bit. We got that coming out. We do have some clam economy here. Skittles will have to avoid that suction bomb, but I don't feel like they're going to have enough to take the lead here.
Actually, they do, but at the same time too, they don't, because no one's getting the clam in the middle, and Nate's not getting the clams in the front. That's why two jets on top, and same with World. They just need to lock in. they just need to go all the way through, just like how Red Maker is doing right now, because they're playing a hyper dive, they're playing a hyper aggro ball for the side of Epitaph. They're playing more defensively because the map is huge, like super huge. As we're going to be seeing right now with Small by getting the first clam in, and we're going to be seeing Vidbeans actually trying to get clam in but failed. And the snack getting immediately shafted by the hammer at the last frame of the back as well too, by the way.
Absolutely right. Epitaph does have great defense, but bread making does go for that hyperdive kind of strat, which does add to the extra challenge. But I feel like Epitaph is one of those teams where if you play your cards right, you can get the lead back at the very end unless you get wiped out in the middle of the battle with just a little bit over a minute left. We're going to keep throwing those clams into the bank because this economy is thriving.
The economy is thriving.
Thriving, I tell ya.
It is thriving technically, but no one's getting the money. So right now for the economy in the battle state, technically that is thriving right now with 23 bullets remaining, but inside of Epitaph. And technically as well too, since Epitaph is in the loser side, they will need to have 2 wins to get into Grand's victory. And technically if they do that again as well too, technically this will be the second week doing that.
Wait, what? I didn't mean to call it. I didn't mean to call it. I was just kidding. I didn't think Epitaph was actually gonna do that.
Well,
Epitaph actually did pull it out the end.
I
didn't actually think that was gonna happen.
Well, you don't expect, but you expect the least, honestly, from Epitaph, because again, for the last 2 weeks, they technically did not win anything until now. Because they right now all on hot streak on paddling. Technically, they are having a 2-win streak for Trying Cup and technically 4 pounding from last week. So if they're going to go for the twofer, it'll be the time that they do it this time. But in general, though, again, they're from losers bracket, just like last week. So we'll see what will happen again if they do get it.
You know what, that's true. And when I say that, it's not that I don't believe in Epitaph, it was just one of those things where it's like, I had the very hunch in the back of my head that Epitaph could take it back, but I'm over here like, nah, bread making has defense, they hyperdive, they have overwhelmed Epitaph at least a few times during the whole battle. But I didn't think I could take that hunch seriously, but apparently I was telling the future without even realizing it.
Well, there's one thing to know as well too. AC's not playing Luna. So that makes a huge difference for everyone. Because technically everyone knows Acing as the Luna guy. But unfortunately, what Acing said is that the Luna guy title getting a little bit old. So they removed it. And ever since then, they've been playing V Blaster. Surprisingly not Constant Blaster because that's kind of OP, but hey, you do what you want to do. But in Flash Zones of Undertale Spillway, technically the Custom Blaster would be cool, just like on the other team on flanking side. We do see that Big Making has that, and same with Acing too. They have it as well. And I think the cat is broken in.
No, I'm still here. We're going to be going back into it. We've got Zone. So this map is kind of cursed. I kind of hate it as a brush, but it's not the worst map in mode to exist. That would be Amblets on Sturgeon. Even though Epitaph has the point, it won't take too long for bread making to take back the zones. And well, what we have here, we got Mint, Decaf, nobody on the right.
There was literally no one on the right because both of them just jumped out and traded jumps basically to go all the way to the mid. As we see right now, for the side of Red Wick and Dell. Again, technically they did not have a rematch before, but technically on the win streak that Red Wick did have, they let the winner's side have 1 point. Basically just like a gentleman's sweep. So it might be their time for lock-in and for Red Wick right now. As they're going to be taking the lead and getting it further, having more defense right here in the middle side. The crab is gonna be doable, but again, for the side epitaph, technically it's just like Valley Pyramid, aka the Terraria boss or something like that. As you could be seeing, Red Wick still take the lead.
Yeah, they are. Acing is going up around this corner here. We're gonna go on this overhang, over the blast, with the ink vac stopping us, with 2 going down, or farming on the way out. And that was impressive. We got this mint flank that's pretty smart, but Skittles going down to that. Dynamo Roar, what are we gonna do with you? Dynamo Roar is kind of scary. You can ink up a lot. I think there's a bunch of map control for Epitaph here, but bread making is still in the lead. What do you think's gonna happen?
So technically what's going to be happening right now, because there is no in pushing right now for the side of Red making, because as you can see, like you said, Moku, they have so much map control. There is so much blue on the side of Epitaph, and as you're going to be seeing pass it down the 50 mark, basically halfway done. Again, we need to see that for the side of Red making, they need to kill everyone. Like, literally. The main objective right now is just death for the side of Epitaph, but it doesn't seem it right now because everyone, and paint-wise, they have it on the side of Epitaph.
This is true too. Bread making is... Honestly, I don't even know.
It's called hyperdive. That's literally what they are. They're just hyperdive.
Yeah, I was gonna say something else, but I just kind of lost my train of thought. My train of thought keeps derailing today.
Because it's called hyperdive. You can't even think if it's hyperdive. You just need to play. You just need to move.
Exactly. Exactly that.
Yeah.
It's like I keep trying to speak, but my words do not work. They don't. Not my, but like my brain's not working right. Apparently.
It's just like
I think I've just been so distracted today by my own cat.
Or just like playing Bush for yourself as well. It's just like playing Bush because you get distracted by everyone that you want to kill everyone. Because you're sneaking up, just like what Acing did right there. Same with blinking on top. They just getting distracted on the right side of the zone and left side of the zone. They want to try to trade for each other, but no, because of the glass, they didn't. So as you're going to be seeing all the way through again, you're going to be seeing Epitaph take the lead here.
Oh, it seems like they're really close to retaking it. Epitaph is kind of struggling right now. Bread making is gonna start going in, and 1 goes down. Small fry taking that floor. So I feel like if I was Epitaph right now, I would find a way to see if we could coordinate our specials, because it seems like we're getting pushed back by Dynamo and everything else in there. We got a shield. Oh, a hammer going down. Not exactly all that coordinated. With no more penalty points to work through, I think Epitaph may end up going... I feel like they may end up losing to this. Yeah, they might get paid. Unless we have a miracle push.
And unfortunately...
Which we don't. They tried.
Yeah, they tried their best. But you know what though, like again, in winners finals with Valley Pumice, aka the Terraria boss, they ended up in a T1 scenario. It's even like for bread making, they might be ending up in the same scenario. But it has been close though for this match, because as we see for this match, we saw that they made it down to 27. And same with bread making, they made it down to 27. But because of the map itself, like you saw earlier, and like you said earlier, Moku as well too, they had so much control. And this map is just all based off map control. So once we saw bread making at the end being able to get all that control, it was just GG's. So in the end, we saw bread making just take that victory and take basically what Epitaph had before. It's go 1 with it. because they're more aggressive than Epitaph, even though they have less pain.
This is true too. If I was the Wiper, I think I would have gone more long ways with the Wiper, but it didn't exactly work, especially when you have so many people on you like that. So Rainmaker on Humpback, it's kind of cursed, but it's not the worst.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, with a Wiper compared to Rush, technically, does Rush have a curling bomb? That's the true question.
No, but we got Block Bomb.
Yeah, so that's the difference, because I think Viper, they do have a special that if you go with the new Viper, that has a curling bomb, but for the old one, which we see World using, they do have a burst bomb, but technically has no delay and has an easier path to do a double, to do a combo with. While for Bush, even though you have a splat bomb is more of a weapon or more of a special sub actually, to actually go for a bait. You actually trap someone to go on one side, and then you just go from behind and kill them on the other side with your own Bush. So technically, if you want to play it like that, it is doable on Humpback, but it takes a while.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You put it in better words than I could.
Like as a junior, technically is another way, but technically at the same time too, for Humpback, you're not going to be seeing anyone going from the left side. It's Humpback. Everyone's going to play so much of a defense that they're going to go all right. If someone goes left, GG's. That's literally all that matters. We need to see Ward go left. We need to see Asen go left. That's all that matters right now. Do you go left or no, Moku?
I go right. I also
Yeah.
like going left. But sometimes I feel like going over to either of the sides, trying to do a flank, maybe distract the other team. I'm not always successful. I don't try to go for mid in Rainmaker because just always my luck to have the other team get the first pop and suddenly I'm gone. I'm the first one down.
Well,
Oh, we gotta wipe out early on.
well, you say that you're saying going mid is going to be the first situation. That's immediately what Epitaph actually did. They all went to the mid and actually all got wiped with, as we saw actually on the side of Red Making. They actually split it up. They went a little bit left and a little bit right. And with that, they all went through, and now we got to see somehow, because Rainmaker is so slow, we see that Rainmaker is down to 34 points.
Mendicap, no, you should have jumped out. Skittles has the Rainmaker now. And Epitaph is making their way over to the first checkpoint. It is up to Bread Making to keep them from getting into the bakery. We've got to defend the checkpoint. And it seems like we got Neat back on one of the sides here. Yep, Bread Making has it, but Splashdown coming out. We're gonna get that wipeout on Bread Making as we get the first checkpoint on the side of Epitaph. There's a lot happening. Like, I don't know. Who do you think's gonna take this?
Honestly, it's going to be right now for Epitaph to get this, because they have so much aggressive power and so much defensive power right now, but the back coming in from Rainmaker, they have more defense right here, but where is the Luna? Where is the 18 to Weapon Joy? It's actually getting demolished immediately by Skittles, who actually holds onto the Mimicker right now, with the Mimicker actually going and picking it up. And also, that's a wall kill, by the way. And also playing B right there to be just for more support. That is going to be just 41 to 34 points. And just a fight in mid.
It is shark-infested waters as Skittles picks up the Rainmaker again. They are just 1 point off from taking that victory. And it is up to Red Making to take the Rainmaker right now and just gun it. They will have to use all the blue at their disposal to just run for it. We've got Zawar, they're trying to stop them in their tracks. We've got everybody trying to collapse in on this Rainmaker, and it's really scary to see. I'm scared for them as a brush main. That hammer doesn't do anything. They go down anyway with a size disadvantage as a cherry on top.
And this is called a stall spot, by the way. But they stalled too early, and look at that. World is finally going to make them... Okay, never mind. They wanted to make a blessing, and they wanted to make a curse at the same time too, because they went left, and then decided to back down immediately to go for a kill. It helps a lot, but at the same time, it doesn't right now, because their space gets exposed. As they're going to be waiting up, like, they are right again. Just like from Death Note, that... I forgot the name, but they're playing like Death Note right now. They're going to be trying to go for the Heaven's League curse, and they do not actually succeed with that, because Phoenix getting the kill.
I feel like Skittles is just the designated carrier because they're always taking the Rainmaker. What weapon is Skittles anyway?
Edit.
I can't remember.
Edit.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You want your backline to take your Rainmaker. That's usually the first people who do it. And honestly, I don't know. I don't know what else I was gonna say. I think. I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say after that. I
Oh.
kind of lost my train of thought again. I hate it.
Well, the thing is, what you want is Acing actually being able to ledge farm right there, and also Ward right there being able to ledge farm as well. But technically, they didn't ledge farm as good as they wanted to, because we saw that the Rainmaker actually didn't die at the same spot they did before. But Ward finally coming in, but immediately because they tried to go for the jump hammer, that's gonna be Phoenix actually immediately going in for the canceled small fire also on the Luna, trying their best to do anything. But no, they actually kill Acing as well. Their Love and Joy actually get eliminated by themselves, as we're going to see by there too, with Rod and Skittles together, actually being able to go for the trade. But 51 seconds remain in Moku. What do they need to do? Actually start holding up, but Phoenix is just here in the corner. And the squid back method, doing the squid back method, and still staying alive.
We love the survival squid bag. Sometimes you gotta do it to manipulate hitbox, and sometimes it works. Other times it doesn't. Depends on who you're going up against. Skittles taking that
But
lead over
What?
Redmaker.
so talking about the squid back method, by the way, that just happened to get the lead. So hey, well, we were talking about it. It worked out really well. But in general, though, by now, we're waiting on 18 to just get the kill.
They've just gotta go for it. There's 11 seconds left. They have to just go for it right here, right now. Bread making doesn't have a lot of time. We got Splashdown taking out one more. They're just gonna have to go around. They have to go right now. But they can't. They're already down, and that's it. Epitaph gets this match win.
They did better than winners finals, at least. It might be going to a game 5 because of this. And that's gonna be pretty cool to see. But yeah, who cares about the winner's
Might,
screen?
yeah.
Who cares about the winner's screen? We need to see these replays, because that honestly was a massive ending for the side of Epitaph. And they're also going to be locking in and really going in for the next game immediately. Ward is going to be trying to come in every single time, but their Wi-Fi is not really working as intended. So we're going to be actually seeing Punchy as a sub coming in as well, by the way. So that's why we do not see Yoshi in anymore. And also, Yoshi, they were playing the back line as well, if I remember correctly, too. So seeing that trade-off for Epitaph to play more aggro, technically ties with bread making.
There's not much else I can add here. It seemed like bread making had it in the bag, but just I don't know what else to say.
The main thing you want to say in this game, squid bag. That's the main thing that you would want to say in this game. Because this moment right here, with Phoenix actually able to stay alive there, that's a squid bag method. And even though people are saying that squid bagging is bad, it's a metaphorical. It's metaphorical depending on where you want to do it. Because if you do it to tease another player, yeah, that's bad. But if you do it in that scenario to stay alive, it's good. Because what can you take to win in any type of game scenario? It's life or death. And without control method Maria, it's gonna be life or death as well too on the tower. You would want to dance around the tower to stay alive. Don't you agree, Moku?
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
And the one thing to say as well too is, again, if you're playing in the Sword Rush scenario or even the Lunar Blaster scenario, how would you play it out on Mantamuya? Being able to ledge farm so many times.
What was the question? I'm sorry, my cat's back at it again with the door scratching.
How would your cat ledge farm so many times of being a Bush player? Or even being a Viper or a Lunar Blaster player? How would your cat do that?
I don't know, actually.
Surprisingly, I didn't expect you to say I don't know, because technically in this map, your cat, aka yourself, would want to be annoying. You would want to teach the player with some subs, some sort of specials even as well too. So in that scenario, if they do that, they would be annoyed and they would be distracted, just like what happened here with you. And when that happened, you'll be able to get the kill. You'll be able to give the tension for the rest of your team to go all the way through. And that's why those ledges are annoying. By general though, right now, Moku, we're gonna be seeing sub changes. What are gonna be those changes?
Seems like we are.
What are they though?
No, I'm not really sure. But
Well, those changes is going to be the 96 gal actually. The 96 gal is the only change here. Technically, playing more aggressive than they were before. And with what it's on every that technically punchy slash is finally going to be showing up once again. And those are the changes and how the gameplay is going to be changing off. Possibly is going to be based off acing right there with this flash down.
I know my mom's texting me that she's hungry and wants dinner started. Oh my gosh, I can't.
Well, the thing is, we don't need to worry about food right now. There's salmon in the water somewhere. Bats are gonna be coming in right now, but that actually might be able to get to the 3-1 scenario if they do this right now. So with the crab coming in and failing as well at the same point, what would be the chance that Breadmaker needs to do to push back on this scenario? With Punchy still in the square and finally getting killed off.
Indeed. I agree with you. I don't have anything else to add. I'll be right back.
Goku is now most likely making some salmon, as we're gonna be waiting for their coffee, with coffee infused salmon, by the way. It has to be like something like that. It's kind of good actually if you think about it. But in general, by now, I'm going to be singing for the side of bed making for Tappy. That bed making is gonna be finally able to hold up, man. That's gonna be acing in the corner. They're gonna be trying their best to come back to it. They're going to be trying their best to flip farm and try to ledge farm as well to try to get linking the Links of Warrior, who actually playing Dynamo to play more defensive right here actually as well too. Either going to be getting a one chip, double chip, getting the kill right now off the Punchy, the Slash King for Frutella. Either going to be seeing continuing on with the rest of the team for the side of Vec making finally able to flip off the first checkpoint, going to the second checkpoint pretty soon as well too. We're going to be seeing them going for the left side, but that is going to be so other than Punchy going in from the left side, the right side getting killed off. Nathan getting a solo kill as well too. Punchy and Nathan getting double, getting a wombo combo actually on the tower. And that's going to be immediately going into the lead now. Either going to be seeing right here, still small fight, trying to go in and waiting for the rest of the team going on ahead. Either going to be seeing right now for Phoenix and for Snack and for Blinking actually at the back. Still trying the best to do. Again, we are possibly having a chance for game 5 right here. Either going to be waiting for the rest of the team, waits for the rest of Redmond game to hold on here and get the lead by acing right here in the corner, trying to go for the tower, getting the single, not getting double, the hammer actually failing as well too to get a single. And a ward here as well, trying to get going solo up, but missing on the tower side. That's gonna be a little bit of a wave dash play right there for the side of the bread making community. And right now, as we're going to be waiting for the bread making, still making the bread, either going to be going to the second checkpoint. That's going to be the second delivery out of all deliveries. They're going to be holding on too. And look at that, Moku. They're going to be coming back and they're going to be taking the lead right here.
We love that for bread making. Bread making has the opportunity to take this to a game 5. We're just a point off from the victory. Just a point away, but they take it back. Epitaph taking that tower. I'm really hoping bread making actually wins this match.
We all do. We all want to see the game 5 and we all want to get out of here because technically we want to see not a back reset. If it's not a back reset, we have a chance to see the Epitaph make it up to a game 10 actually. And even though in the chance as well too, if we see Asnak able to hold on to, they're going to be trying their best to hold on for this 55-second stall. And at the same time too, it's basically denying the 3 timer right now for Side Epitaph, holding on to 2 weekly wins right now last week.
No, it's huge. I really like the positioning that Skills is in right now. But it seems like bread making is going to try to close this out. As one goes down, but we have the ink back on the tower. We're going to a game 5.
We are going to the game 5 scenario. And this game 5 scenario is going to be all based off the tiebreaker map from the TOs themselves. And what did they decide? Clampus Yumame. Yes, it is going to be Clampus Yumame on game 5. So in this scenario, it's another snowball map, just like game 1 and just like game 3. Oh no, more like game 2, more like game 3, but still, same scenario. Oh boy, Boku.
Yeah, oh boy, indeed.
You like Umame?
Huh?
You like Umame Ruins?
It's a good map and mode. What's the... Actually, it's a good map, but what's the mode?
Clan Blitz. The only map I'll be playing in competitive.
It's
Clan
cursed.
Blitz on Umame. Other than
I
Clan
mean,
Blitz,
it's not cursed, but it's also not blessed either. It's just
it's
a map I would
blurst.
prefer not to play, but it's not the worst one.
So it's
You know what I...
blurst. Yeah, so it's blurst. That's the word.
No, that would be cursed and blessed at the same time. This one's just okay.
Well,
But you know what else would be cursed? Urchin Underpass clams, because the clams are right behind the grapes.
this is why no one plays Urchin Clams. Ever. Like, ever.
Was that why I never see it?
Yeah, it's just like on Waymaker, why no one sees it. It's just the same thing in like Tower Control, how no one sees it. This is why we never see Urchin on really any map pool other than zones. Even though the spec camming on it is terrible. There's a lot of spec camming maps that are terrible, but for Clamps Umame, it's one of the terrible ones as well too. But we're switching anyways because it's a good equalizer map for some people. Just like for Epitaph and for Bread Making, who played this so many times because they're always here every week. Let's see them play it off for this game 5 and possibly see a back and reset, or we see it's the side of Bread Making actually able to finish this off, denying the three time for Epitaph.
I'm really hoping that Bread Making is able to get through here because Epitaph's comp is really tough to break through. But the thing about Epitaph is that they end up getting put on the back foot for a little bit, and then they start pulling back up in the middle of it. And so we're gonna see how Bread Making comes in with it. We've got Clam Economy for that game. We've got Basket, not yet dunked in, but I feel like we could get a little bit closer, but you know that hammer slide will to the right. There's a ball right there getting guarded by two backlines. The whole thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, Moku, like you said, do you want them to go a little bit forward or you want them to go a little bit back? But the thing is, it all causes death. We need to see that weight from the side of the bread making team to actually hold on to, because they tried to do a back shot and failed. They tried to go for a splat down kill and failed. In general, though, what we need to see is just that weight game, and they did play it off fairly successfully. But unfortunately, no, because the small man being the only one above there, and because of flicking decided to jump in instead of swimming, that's not going to be a second power clam that's in the basket. That's going to be only one in a few clams.
And Bread Making has the map control. We got another clam coming in. They want to end this battle. They want to take the grand finals as we got size neutrality now, size disadvantage as we're rushing out of the base. Epitaph is going to start defending. They're going to start pushing in, but Bread Making has the hyper dive comp that they need to defend themselves. It's just the question is, will they do it? And my cat is so angry right now. I'm holding him because he keeps pissing off. Sorry, Falco.
They want
His
to
little ears. His little ears are airplaned at me. I'm going to be ripped to shreds live in 4K in front of everybody. It is so... It's
Moku.
such a pleasant experience.
Moku, it's because your cat knows that the game is over.
Go!
That's why.
Bread Making wins! Bread Making wins! The funny number paddling pool. They are your 3, 6, 7 champions. Bread Making ending the tournament in a win, and my cat is pissed.
Your cat is not pissed, Moku. They're just happy that the tournament's over. Don't worry.
Ah, he bit me.
Oh. Oh my god. No, honestly, that kind of meow is it kind of just seems like it's over. My owner finally gets to see me and finally gets to pet me even more. That's really what's happening right now.
No, he was angry.
Don't say it like that, Mocha, please. Don't say it like that. They're angry. They're just hyped. They're happy that it's over.
No, the cat is angry at me because the cat is angry at me because I've been holding him and he does not like being held.
Oh.
He does not like being held for too long.
Oh. So they don't like being held so long, just like what Epitaph tried to do with bed making, trying to hold on into this game for super long, trying to get them into the game 5 scenario, but no, they didn't like that. So they decided to just decide for bed making to just say, hey, let's be more aggro this time, and decided to just go straight for that KO, just like we saw here. So in this scenario, we do see that for bed making, they do get the win. So hey, now we all get to live our lives, we all get to leave, and by that same time scenario, we get to see a break. We get to see life continue as is. After that, to not go for the 3-timer. For bed making, this is actually Flinking's first century badge, I think, for Padding Pool.
Let's go.
So, hey, that's cool.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, I'm backward.
Yeah, backwards because
Congratulations to bread making.
this is
I
how
gotta make my own reactive.
yeah, maybe. But to say that too, it's kind of goofy. It's kind of funny. This is what the amusement screen is for. Just for us to be able to yap it and to end the tournament like this. Because hey, we're done. We're out of here. So, Moku, let's make it quick because we have stuff to do and we're both hungry. So, how would you be able to be said? And for all the housekeeping, what is your social and what is your pronouns? How do we get out of here?
Well, you can find my you can find all the information on my Blue Sky on the screen. I don't really feel like sounding it out right now, but I will tell y'all, I'm gonna plug my TikTok. If you want to see some crazy stuff that I've done in terms of Splatoon, Moku8386 is where you want to be. I promise to make an actual edit of my plays one day, except now I'm just stuck with the basic editing. And I'm gonna take care of my cat before he scratches what is left of my sanity away, because he's at the door. Look, he is an old man. Klaus is like 14 years old. He is so old. He's driving me nuts. Save me.
Well, technically 14 divided by 2 is 7, and we are in Padding Pool 367. So, hey, you better get that word. You better like that count up. The sanity is gonna be worse as we're gonna be calling off the stream. I'm Joe Bryan. I guess you can find me here. You can find me on Joy.bsky. I don't know what it was. I'm gonna be watching some Jet Lag the game because that came out like 6 hours ago, and I still need to watch that. And the economy is not booming because of Monopoly. Because the fortune treat that I see from RT Games, I'm going to be watching later too. We're going to be rating Cakes, because Cakes is one of the goats. So they will be your provider of streams in the following few seconds. Moku, any last words or any last kind of food that you recommend before we end the stream?
I have no words.
Damn, I was thinking you were going to say coffee or something, or salmon, because you need it.
Coffee, please.
Yep,
I'm
okay.
having coffee for the next Global Gauntlet, but I really gotta get out of here.
Yep, so we're going to be leaving
GG's
now.
Ryan.
GG's Gamer, GG Moku will be out of here, and good night.